You're an elf. Nice. You did this to me? L4D2 first collab with my girlies. Left 4 Dead 2 collab, Arden versus Zombies. I've got 2 of them on here, and it's all your fault. It's the English ones. No. I don't have a girl, first of all. No. It's...
Can't believe you've done this, Talon. There we go.
Have I?
No.
Oh, Talon audio only, I see.
Yeah, all my things got reset. Oh, this isn't done yet. Freaking gonna need this Belladonna for the boss fight at the end. I've always been here. Song of the Elves.
I can't believe Sarkanzo has sent 3 messages in your chat tonight.
Yeah, this is unprecedented. Usually he sends 1 message and then disappears.
Big day of Ironmon, absolutely fucking not.
What is the emoji thing? It just looks like a normal emoji to me. Look at this, look at this, look at this thing in my house. I can sip it and get run energy back. I can just keep sipping it. Infinite sips. Big sips, big gulp. Ah. But yes, I have been giving Talon the forbidden lore on the new VTubers. And by the forbidden lore, I mean one of them was rating it's 14, and I linked him to that.
Noel Aliapo Lalafell.
Yeah, the forbidden VN lore as well. That is true. Wait, I thought I talked to this guy. Maybe the I talked to the basement man. Hey, how's it going? Elena's been taken. I have a very particular set of skills, Edmund. Start the Song of the Elves. I'm sure this is all a misunderstanding. Well, the plague is fake, and I know it, so I'll talk to the king and tell her to let him go. I mean, let her go.
Yellow, why the fuck are you here?
We're gonna get the big lore tonight. Can I pickpocket these paladins? Do they need higher than level 70 thieving? Ow! No, I can try. Nice. Hey, paladin, what's that behind you? Ow! I want to pick his pocket. Let me pick it.
No.
Got it! 80 coins, I'm rich. Alright, Kingy boy. Good day, my lord. But the plague is fake. My Dark Lord. What the heck? I'm the least effective hero ever. No, I'm leaving her locked up. Okay, I guess I'll go tell her dad that she's gonna be locked up forever. Who's real? I have. He won't be freeing her, I'm afraid. The plague is a lie. This is like this little recap. I'm gonna just tell this farmer, spill my guts about all these other quests. The underground pass, and then I found some elves, and then I went to the death altar in a horrible puzzle section. King Lathis is actually evil, which is definitely why I talked to him like he was a nice guy. I'll disguise myself as a knight. I need a purple dye and some silk. Okay. I think I know where I can find some purple dye. Because I'm observant. Hmm. You know, the name Real does sound familiar, actually.
I think there's a real in 14.
No. No! Oh, is Real the one who sung this song? Yeah. I've heard that song. Okay. That's where I've heard that name. Mega mainstream. Yeah, one of the new Hololive the brand new Hololive people did a Vocaloid cover that I actually liked, and I was like, what the heck? That's not allowed. Do I have any silk? Nope, but I know where I can find some! That's the name of this quest. I probably should have looked up the, looked up all the things I need beforehand, but this quest is so long I really just feel like... Yoink! Hello, guard? You think you can stop me? I'll steal all the silk I want. I believe there's a purple dye spawn to the south of town for some reason. I feel like I've seen it there before. And if I haven't, then I will look up where I can buy some. But I think I can buy some in the elf town if I have to. But I'm pretty sure there's purple dye down here. And maybe that's why it requires it? Because that would be funny. Oh, frick. Where is it? Oh, maybe it's... Oh, frick. Maybe it's on the other side. There's definitely a die spawn around here. There it is! I see it! I found the target. Try to keep up. God, my RuneScape knowledge is unending. It probably should be ended, but oh well. The solo only 14 guy is trying the Ultima fight finally. That's interesting. That's a Pog champion. That is lucky. Alright. So I need a steel plate body and a blah 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 steel helm. What do I need? Steel full helm. I wonder if it'd be easier to craft it myself. Oh, let me check my map. Does Edfield have an anvil? No. But Varrock does. Alright. I'll just go make it myself. That sounds masochistic. I mean, I'm assuming he has to play as a tank, given what you just said. Uh, 12 iron thingies ought to be enough. I need a hammer. Horvik, do you have a hammer that I can borrow? No. Why is there no hammer here? I'm stealing your steel plate body then. Oh, it's overstocked. Frick, I can't buy it. Fine, I'll go get a hammer. Ah. Alright. Steel plate body. Don't you dare make another. Steel full helm. And I think I need plate legs. Yeah. The fricker plate legs. There they are. Alright, please tell me I have red dye. I might not even have it. I don't know if it does. Red dye. I do not have any red dye. south of the Farming Guild. Interesting. The Sisterhood Sanctuary. I have no idea where that is. I have literally no idea where that is. I don't want to use my teleport crystal, so I guess we'll go to the Farming Guild. Yeah, I'm not surprised you can't solo Crystal Tower, the 8-man. I mean, the 24-man. No, the 8. And it's mandatory. Search shelves. Turn to Edmund and East Ardoin. I can do that. God, I love my stamina pool. Walking is for chumps, and I'm no longer a chump. I'm a turbo Chad. I mean, it will change things. Like, I imagine the roulettes will go from 90% Crystal Tower to like 70%, which is a pretty significant difference, honestly. Also, like, people queue up for the other roulettes for their first time and just like don't get parties, so this should help that a lot, actually. How do you do, fellow guards? I am a guard. Just don't look at my other gear. My name is Sue. You don't look much like a Sue. That's rude. Sulia Sua. As you were, Sue. Why is that guy so mean to me?
Maybe it's because your name isn't Sue.
It's me, Yua. I mean, Sua. I don't really have a plan. I usually make it up as I go along. Sulfuric acid? Frickin' Elena. Elena, you son of a gun. Ah, she is on the other side. I thought she was on this side. That thick, clear liquid. I'll give her some thick, clear liquid. I found it in your house. So are you going to play Dawn Trail then, Sarkenso? Is that your plan? Okay. I don't know. Didn't know if you were too busy.
I'm sure he'll come back for a month.
Nice. Give Elena the chemical. Yeah, chemical D. Yeah, no living the MSQ is always great. I have some coworkers who are turbo nerds at the picnic today. We talked about 14. One of them is cleared P11 last week, and one of them is stuck on still stuck on the mechanics on P11. We're ahead of my workmate's curve for Sauvage. And hopefully I don't need my Mourner's gear. I just thought about that. So I do not have it on me. Star Wars tracksuit. That's interesting. Hello, Elena. I care about you, Elena. I definitely care about her. The Ardoin Resistance. It's a fat man, two hooded guys, the most garish lady, and a fancy pants. Oh, he's a counselor. Wait, is this the guy from that other quest? Hold on. Are they pulling a everyone is here moment? From what was it called? The No, he was the one who started Sheep Herder, but yeah, everyone is here. I thought he was the other rich guy.
Alright, right back.
Pretend that you are the king's representative and give them bad orders. It's not good, but it might be our only option. Good luck. I do need the mourner's outfit. Hold on, then let me go get that. No, I think it's in the magic wardrobe. Well, it's in one of these. Not in that one. Mourner gear. Ooh, and so I don't have to stop by a bank. I can just I can grab a tinderbox from this thing, I think. Yeah. It's all coming together. King told me I have to burn your supplies. Booga booga booga, he's evil. Oh, I'm contaminated with the plague. Talk to the priest in West Ardoyne. You need to die. Oh, taxes. Time to burn more supplies. I'm a good guy. I'm just starving the citizens. No big deal. Don't worry about it. Talk to Nurse Sarah in West Ardoyne. Got nice zombies. Are you interested at all, Sir Kenzo, in playing Bald, Fat, Dumb, and Old Gate 3? Bald Gate 3? I already have. Taxes, my boy. Think about taxes. 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 A tax upon every one of your people. Gem merchant, believe it or not, taxes. First, taxes. Everybody's getting taxed. Spice seller has some taxes. Silk seller has some tax. Town crier. You also need to tell people about taxes. Armorsmith? Tax. I'm just making up a billion different taxes. He's going on a visit. We're refurbishing the castle. He's building a new thing. It's the plague. Good evening. Taxes. Good evening, lady. Oh, pet insurance. Oh, insurance taxes. Oh, this guy's... I like his shop. I've used it many times. Anyway, taxes. Oh, priest, you better believe I'm not even gonna feel bad about it raising his taxes. Combat gear, food, and potions. That's what I like to hear. It's time to kick some butt. I guess let's just put the Mourner stuff away for now in here. I think prayer bonus is probably going to be the best armor thing to do. That looks pretty solid. Let's grab, I don't know, potions, sure. Super strength, super attack, I don't know, prayer potion just in case, bunch of lobsters. I don't envision this being that hard. Maybe that's famous last words. So I think I just fight a bunch of mooks. Are you sure you're okay with this, Elena? I'm ready. Today is the day of Plague's End! Die, frickin' mortar, idiot. So cinematic. Oh, these mortars look have a little bit more pep. Oh, they're attacking me on both sides, eh? Oh, that other one's not even attacking me. These men are pawns. Oh. Okay, I thought he was dead. That's why I didn't mess with my prayers again. Okay, one more of the strong ones. Oh my gosh, dude, is that Elena? Elena is chunking this guy. She didn't even need my help. I don't want to fight, says Elena. But if I do, those people are gonna freaking die. I'm gonna murder them all. Well, that's a cute callback. Okay, these are all the level 180 guys. Oh no, they're not all. Okay. If we could save our potions, all the better. So I thought they might be a little chunkier. Whoops. Nice synced attacks. Alright, let's help Fatty. Needs our help. This zombie man needs our help. Oh, one of my loyal compatriots died. This war has cost us so much. Yeah, what about that gnome? How does it feel? Oh, he's gone mad. Power. Down with the mortars. I have to save my allies! Oh, that person owned. Okay, this person's getting owned. Nope. Quickly save this man! Saved. Alright, Elena, we did it. Oh, I'm ready to begin. I only used a handful of prayers. Oh, okay. These guys are a little more serious. These guys use non-standard attack speeds. How dare they? Fortunately, I'm well trained. This. We need to save Elena. Oh wow, that's a baby paladin. Gonna cry to mommy, baby paladin. Talon's missing the whole war! Okay, we gotta save this guy. There's a guy. Get him. I'll save you, Hammerman! Oh wow, that guy's already game pre-owned. This guy's a little bit owned as well. Hello, King Evil. Why were you helping Lord Iworth? Take him away, boys. Are you muted this whole time?
Muted, making food.
Oh, you gotta see the king die. We've escalated. We're killing the king.
Evil king.
I just feel empty. You're hereby sentenced to death. You can't kill me. What are you gonna do? Kill me? In the name of Zamorak. Okay, yeah, I mean, pray to the dark god with your final breath, sure. That'll secure your legacy. Oh! Bonk! Guess I'm going to elf jail now. Oh, I am going to elf jail.
Why are the elves arresting you for deposing your evil king?
They're not arresting me, they kind of sapped me in the back of the head. And Elena, she's here too. This is the elf that he was allied, the bad king was allied with.
Oh.
I don't work with murderers. I mean, I am a murderer. You think we are the evil ones, but our cause is the true one. We are saviors. Oh, okay. Elvis resistance. Come to save me. Lord, I will let them go. Oh, he doesn't worship Zamorak. Saren, the Lord of the Elves. Saren is dead. A part of Saren lives on in the Temple of Light. Gee, it sure would be a shame if that part of Saren was evil and I had to kill her at the end of this quest. Let them go. Okay, bye. It's nice that this elf is, he's not, actually worshipping the Dark Lord. He just is mistaken about what fragment of his god is left. It just happens to be the evil one. He's not wrong that, oh hey, I can resummon a fragment of my god. It's true. I read it in the library. He got he got one piece of the Gressroot height.
You got one piece, and it's the one that makes you evil.
Okay, I'll be back soon. Alright. Can't believe we freed Ardoin already. Our dork! I think I can put some of this garbage away for a little bit, maybe. Oops. Bink. We're gonna have a strategy meeting here. Probably don't need these potions for the moment either. Can't go wrong with lobsters. Gotta have some lobsters. Let's grab some red energy potions. And these coconut guns. Pick up some coconuts. Is that the lady who can sing to my crystal? No. I'll just continue the quest. I see that you're a filthy human! Oh, but you leave a trail body behind. Okay, well that's true. I mean, all these people who accuse me of, like, murder and mayhem, they're not wrong. Kinda am, just, kill first, ask questions never sort of guy. In this game, at least. What is this farming patch? It's not actually real farming, it's fake farming patch. How you doing, Lena? I need to fix my mistakes. Alright, what if I killed this elf archer on the way to the meeting? Sure would be nice if you gave me.
Why are you murdering your new friends?
Look, this one, he had an attack option. He might drop me an extra teleport crystal, and if he does, I want it. Let's putting up a friggin' fight. Die, elf, die! Alright, he asked for it. I'm not even gonna pick up his loot. It's worthless. Alright, ignore the dead body, Arion. When your friend said I'd leave a trail of dead bodies behind, so I didn't want to disappoint. Oh, that's the lady. Elund. Sarah was our goddess, our guardian, and our teacher. She helped us build the great city of Prifddinas. But all the gods got banished, and Saren didn't want to leave, so she shattered herself into crystals. Oh. She used all these crystals. Oh, backstorian. They reverted the entire city into a crystal seed. I have been to Backstorian Falls multiple times. Let's get started. In that case, I'll meet you there. Good God, need a bunch of stuff. Okay. I have a black knife. Oh, I don't have an adamant chain body. I literally just turned it into smithing. Okay, well I have a cabbage. give him an ear leaf. We have 1 extra wine of Zamorak conveniently. Nature runes? You can have 5. Alright, so we need to find ourselves an adamant plate body. Oh, Champions Guild. Excellent. Okay. Let's grab all our Mourner's gear and put it away when we teleport here. Boop, 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 boop. Let's grab our teleport crystal. Actually, hold on. Is she hang out here now? Near Elena and the herb batch. Nice. There she is. Oh, she only does it if it's completely out of charges. Fine. Eat baguette. Oops, I've conveniently run out of charges. Deal my teleport crystal, please. Thank you for singing to my teleport crystal. I'm gonna leave now. Perfect. So far, this quest has not been bad at all. I definitely won't struggle with bosses later on. Haha. Can't believe I'm paying out the nose for an animate chain body. Adamant chain body. Oh, adamant chain body! I was looking at the wrong thing. Okay, where can I get an adamant chain body? Falado Noro. Animate chain body. Okay. Let's minigame teleport to Barb Assault. Love that I can just run up this giant hill. It's funny every time. Alright, time to go to Backstorian Falls again. Been there like 5 times. That spider drained my prayer, how rude. Is this guy a safe spotter? Nice safe spot. I'll crack on. Solve the puzzle. My god, the king was alive all along! He's turned himself into a statue! He was Statue King! I'm so glad I got my teleport crystal recharged. I don't think there's anything else to read in this book, right? No. Is it ever? We're gonna enter the Crystal City! The frick? She wants a Cadentine seed. That's a seed that's worth some cash! Alright, for Elena I'll do it. Let's draw this key, we don't need it. Oh, we have a Houston, we have a big problem. We do not have a Cadentine seed. Cadentine seed. Can you get a Cadentine seed from pickpocketing? Ooh, you can, but... this is gonna be painful. See if there's any other way, please.
No, you will spend the money.
Well, there's not. It's not about
Or
spending
lose the money?
It's not about spending any money. It's about me not being able to get one right now.
You will not be able to do the quest right now.
Apparently. Oh, God. Alright, well... We're in a little bit of pickle here. We're in a little bit of a pickle! You could call me... Picklevin. But don't. Don't do that. Alright. Hespori could bail us out. if our farming patch is grown, it could bail us out. Otherwise, it's pickpocketing. It's just pickpocketing. My tree's not grown yet. All right. Well, then we're gonna have to do Hespori. Frick, man. It's not good. In fact, I would go so far as to call this bad. Where's my dragon? Skinny. Okay, we got that. Grab these black knives. We don't need to worry about that right now. Super anti-poison, super attack. I don't know, we use defense potion because we can. Okay. Then, what else do we need? Just food, I think.
Uh-oh.
Being invaded by aliens? Are you being invaded?
By tornadoes.
Oh, a warning?
Yes.
Well, go find a place to hide, I guess.
I'll just be here, don't worry about it.
You sure? Are you sure that's a good idea?
Like, tornadoes can't get up hills, it's a proven fact.
I'm not sure anybody has proved that fact.
Also, there's no place to go, so... If they can get up hills, I've got a problem.
Spory, I'm gonna need you to not freaking own me, please? Thanks.
No, you're going to be owned.
And Spory, I'm gonna need you to give me a cat tile. Okay, can you die? Can you get hit, please? Spory, please, just die. Don't make me eat another lobster, I don't wanna.
No.
Should make me eat that lobster. Alright, big Cantine seeds, no whammies! Please, I beg you.
Nope. Hmm.
That is not one of those. Alright, well, how close is this magic tree? 9 out of 13. Alright, so we can't count on that. So let's look at our percentages here. Yeah, I think the fastest thing is going to be pickpocketing. I don't like it, but I think it's the best we got. Let's put this away. Let's go talk to a giggling gnome. Let's grab some tuna and get to work. Where's the master farmer? Oh, there he is. Can't believe all of tonight is just going to be spent pickpocketing this master farmer. Well, I hit a 1 out of a 1 out of 264. Pretty good. We just need something 10 times rarer than that.
No.
Anyway, how's your tornadoes?
Further away in the county, so we're fine.
A likely excuse. Wonder if I've ever gotten a Cadentine off this guy. Parental, Guam, Landentine, Toadflax, Torstal, Renar. No, so that means I'm due. That's how RNG works.
Hey, you're not getting your thing. Just give it up.
What do you mean give it up? There's nothing else to do. I'm gotta become an elf.
You will never be an elf.
Let me Google it. Best way to get Cadentine.
Now get out of me pockets.
Cadentine seed SRS. Desperate for a Cadentine seed. Dagonos or Turos are the best if... Wait a minute. How did he get away? How'd you get away? Get back in your hole! I'm on a Dagonoth task, but I don't want to waste it on this. That's the problem here. Alright, I need to put this crap away. Get more stuff. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, trap him! Trap this man. Farmer, go back. Go backwards. Yes! Go into your hole. Go into your hole. Yes! Make my life easier. Dagonoth are 1 out of 240 chances. Can I click this guy 10 times before I can kill a Dagonoth? Probably. That's the problem with this 1 out of 2,000 drop, is like, it's probably still the fastest. Probably takes me a minute or so to kill a Dagonoth. Okay, well, for whatever reason, I can't freaking get this guy. Stop hitting me! Just get pickpocketed, you freaking bastard. Somebody says the winter toad's pretty good for these. Something to look into. Well, we'll do this for a while, and then we'll see. Looks like Cadentine odds are like 1%. But you get like 3 rolls. You got an herb, but it wasn't the right one. It is the common herb. Snapdragon? I feel like that's rare. No, it's not rare. It's pretty close though. 1 out of 1800. Is that my first Snapdragon? No, I've gotten one before. Who knew saving the elves would involve pickpocketing this master farmer until he's bald?
How dare you bully Master Farmer? Let's reset my thieving XP per hour, because I think... Oh yeah, because I stole it way earlier, and so it's all wrong. Where the frick did he go? He teleported! Get back here! Okay, well... Alright, let me put away these herbs. Tin tuna. You know, this really isn't terrible thieving XP per hour. Pretty good, actually. No pyramid plunder, but it's
It's like 2/3. I didn't get a chance to see what herb that actually is. We'll wait until he hits me again. Because that could be the herb right there. Oh no, it's definitely not, because we just got more of it. Guams? Guams. Frickin' Guams! What if you were a Guam? What if you were a core blimey?
Am I British?
Could be.
I don't want to be British.
Oh, he's going into a corner, trap him! Core blimey. Wonder when the last time I had a Cantine seed is. I know I've planted a crop before. I probably planted it for a farming contract and I was like, oh, this is my last one. Hope another farming contract doesn't ask me for one. Little did I know.
You were not prepared.
I was not. But see this? There's no seed here, but there will be. Got more Guams. Guam. Oh, Terramin. Oh, cursed Terramin. You have any interest in playing Baldur's Gate? Seems like your kind of ball game.
Eh?
Do you ever play the old ones? Seems like you.
I attempted to play 2 at one point, and I don't think I got very far with
What
it.
do you mean attempted? What is it? KOTOR? KOTOR's actually bad though. People
Excuse
say
you?
say Baldur's Gate is good.
Excuse you?
Well, I'm just telling many people are saying it.
I think many people say KOTOR is good, actually.
Those people are bald.
I imagine if you didn't like KOTOR, you definitely wouldn't like Baldur's Gate.
Well, I'm talking about the new one mostly.
Well, yeah, but...
See, on controller, this is so much better. Imagine if I had to click this guy like this. I could just hold my controller funny and Mash with my thumb. And if I get tired, I can put my controller on the floor and mash with my foot.
That's just strange.
Yeah, I probably won't do that. Alright, I think if I don't get it before I level up, I'll go to Winter Todd for a while. Mix it up. Mix up my canteen acquisition methods. My mechanisms. But we still got quite a ways to go before we level. Surprised I haven't gotten more than one Raynar steal. More Raynars are good. Each Raynar seed is worth 25k. But for me, it's worth like 10 prayer potions. And we like prayer potions. I can't remember what Snapdragons turn into, but they're also big money. What do Snapdragons turn into? Maybe I can't turn them into anything yet. Snapdragon. Sandfuse Serums? Super Restores? Okay. Super Restores are like prayer potions on crack. No wonder they're like the same price. Alright. Next time he bops us, we need to teleport to Last Man Standing, I guess, and heal up. Okay. You're the boss. Bum 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 ba da bum bum ba. Oh blimey, mate, what are you doing mortgage?
Get out of me pockets.
It's about probably, according to my XP rate calculator, probably got about an hour of this before I get a level. Would much rather be doing Pyramid Plunder. A Pyramid Plunder cannot give me a Cadentine.
This guy prefers, oi, core blimey, get out of me potses.
Yeah, I can have me snake pots. That's look, the essence of thieving is putting your hand in somebody's pocket. Whether it's a snake, whether it's a farmer, whether it's a farming snake, matters not.
Consider the core blimey, get out.
No, I've never even considered that. Pie's not playing Mafia, is he?
He wasn't. He was having a big night of Kaizo. Now, if he lost horribly and got mad at it at some point, I wouldn't know.
He is not even streaming at all. So apparently his night here is over.
Alright, well, I'm guessing he got mad at Kaizo and then doesn't want to play Mafia now.
Yeah, I got Renaers. I got good seeds, but it's not the right good seed. Mume's birthday stream. That's a VTuber.
You're a VTuber.
No. If I was, my if I was, my stream title would be like, I'm getting 8 billion seeds karaoke ASMR stream.
I don't think those two go together.
I need a video to watch while I do this. Well,
Brought to you
watch
by
this.
Wondrium. Check out these 2 pages from the Gospel
the
of Thomas.
Coptic
They look
language.
pretty similar, right? So many letters look exactly the same. However, even though they are written with almost identical scripts, they're actually 2 distinct languages. The one on the left is Papyrus Oxyrhynchus I, a 3rd century manuscript written in Greek. The one on the right is a page from Nag Hammadi Codex number 2, a 4th century codex written in Coptic, the final form of the ancient Egyptian language. Coptic is especially important for those who study ancient Mediterranean religions, because Egypt's dry climate preserves so many manuscripts in this language. In this video, we'll offer an introduction to Coptic, focusing on its development, importance for early Christian studies, its use in the early Islamic period, as well as its continued use today within the Coptic Orthodox Church. Let's start with Coptic as a language and its dialects. Coptic is one form of the Egyptian language, a language perhaps best known for its earlier rendering in the hieroglyphic script. Egyptologists generally talk about the Egyptian language as having 5 distinct forms.
That was the other thing I heard about at the picnic today. People said Age of Empire 4's campaign was good, because we somehow got talking about how they don't make RTS. Oh yeah, we were talking about Pikmin. It's like, that's the closest thing to an RTS campaign we'll ever get. And like, what about Age of Empire 4? And I was like, did that have a good campaign? Apparently, yes. It's got histories in it.
Well, it's Age of Empire in general.
Well, apparently, like, the campaign is the framing device or something is like a documentary. It's like, and the Mongols swept over the plains, and then you get to do it or whatever.
Old Egyptian, used in the 3rd millennium
Kinda
BCE with
cool
hieroglyphic
idea.
script. Middle or Classical Egyptian, used especially in the 2nd millennium BCE and written either in hieroglyphs or a cursive form of hieroglyphs called hieratic. Late Egyptian, Demotic, another cursive script of Egyptian used especially from 650 BCE to around 400 CE, And finally, Coptic, an Egyptian script that borrowed heavily from Greek and Demotic and developed substantially from the 3rd century CE onwards. Coptic is the last form of the Egyptian language before the predominance of Arabic in Egypt. To help differentiate, some scholars call the actual language Egyptian and only the script Coptic, sort of like how I'm currently using the English language, but I write and read in Latin script. Coptic, as a form of Egyptian, is also part of the Afroasiatic language family. This means that it's related to Semitic languages like Hebrew, Aramaic, Arabic, and Ge'ez, as well as Chadic languages like Hausa and Cushitic languages like Somali. While scholars of the ancient Mediterranean tend to focus on how Coptic texts can help them better understand things like early Christian history, it's also important to remember that Coptic is an African language and can be used to help us better understand ancient northeastern African history. Coptic has a variety of different dialects. These dialects can be so different from one another that some scholars actually treat Coptic as a family of closely related dialects that descended from Egyptian, rather than as one distinct language. Coptic dialects tended to develop along the Nile Valley, since this was the main mode of communication and transportation from Upper Egypt to Lower Egypt. So let's follow the south to north flow of the Nile to look at each one of these dialects. The most popular dialect in Upper Egypt, represented by the S here, is Saitic. This is the dialect that most students of ancient Coptic learned first, since it was especially used for Coptic translations of Greek biblical texts, as well as for the literary works and sermons of a famous Christian monk named Shenouda. More on him later. The A stands for Akhmimic, a dialect that stretched throughout Upper Egypt, from Aswan to Akhmim, which was a major center of Coptic culture in late antiquity. The L represents Lycopolitan, sometimes also called Sub-Akhmimic since it was thought to be a sub-dialect of Akhmimic. This dialect is really important for scholars of early Christianity because many texts preserved in the Nag Hammadi codices use this dialect, as well as some Manichaean writings from the Dakhla Oasis. The M further north stands for Mesochemic or Middle Egyptian, a term that's a little confusing because Middle Egyptian is also what we call the second major stage of the Egyptian language, so some scholars have shifted to calling this Oxyrhynchite, after the city of Oxyrhynchus, where bunches of ancient manuscripts have been discovered, including that manuscript of the Gospel of Thomas that we started with. The F here is next to a fertile basin west of the Nile called the Fayum Oasis, and the dialect found here we call Fayumic. It's best known for transposing the R sound into an L and E into I, so a common Coptic word like Rome, meaning human, is written as Lomi. Finally, in the Nile Delta we have B, which stands for Bohairic. This dialect became especially popular from the 10th century onward due to its use by the monastic communities of Scetis, south of Alexandria, monastic communities that are still active to this day. Bohairic is the main surviving dialect of Coptic, since it remains the liturgical language of both the Coptic Orthodox Church and the Coptic Catholic Church. It's also the most distinct from all other Coptic dialects. Okay, now that we've talked a little bit about Coptic's backstory as an Egyptian language and its various dialects, we can turn back to where we started, the Coptic script. As we've alluded to, Coptic looks a lot like Greek. In fact, every single letter in the Greek alphabet appears in the Coptic alphabet, plus a few extras. Why is that? From what we can tell, Coptic developed in part because of the work of Egyptian writers who were part of the priestly class. That is to say, those who were affiliated with temples and had some knowledge of hieroglyphic or hieratic script. Around the 1st to 3rd centuries CE, these priestly scribes started experimenting with the Greek alphabet to write Egyptian words, because many elite Egyptians had become familiar with the Greek language in the preceding centuries, thanks to Alexander the Great and his successors, the Ptolemies, who infused Greek culture, education, and writing into the Egyptian world. So all this to say, Coptic did not start as a brand new stage of Egyptian language. It started as a way to write earlier forms of Egyptian words in Greek script. For an example, consider the London Magical Papyrus, dated to around the 3rd century CE. It contains a series of spells for divination, love, and cursing, written in an older version of the Egyptian script called Demotic. However, the scribes who worked with this papyrus also used the Greek alphabet in the margins and the spaces between the lines, as they were glossing words and writing out notes. Especially in the 3rd and 4th centuries, this trend continued, with some writers of magical and astronomical texts writing out entire pieces of Egyptian language in Greek script. During this time, Egyptian writers found that the Greek alphabet did not provide all of the sounds that they needed to render Egyptian words. So they borrowed some symbols from the Demotic script to fill in sounds that they needed, like the Coptic letter shai for a sh sound and chima for a ky sound, kind of like the C in the English word cute. By the 3rd and 4th centuries, we encounter the Coptic script primarily as a way both to make Egyptian language intelligible to those who know the Greek alphabet, and to make Greek texts intelligible to those who know the Egyptian language. We see the latter especially in the explosion of biblical texts that are translated from Greek into Coptic in the 4th and 5th centuries CE. Under Greek and later Roman colonization, Coptic functioned as a hybridized language and script that allowed ancient Egyptians to participate in the Hellenized literary culture that surrounded them. Remember, by the late Roman period, Egyptians had lived under Greek or Roman rule for hundreds of years. Because of its reliance on primarily Greek script, Coptic also borrows a substantial amount of Greek loanwords, such as angelos for angel and ekklesia for church. In some texts, around 25% of all of its words are borrowed from Greek. But of course, Coptic also retains some older Egyptian words. For example, the Egyptian word for great house, per-aa, is retained in the Coptic word paro, the term for pharaoh, or the king. Coptic script itself went on to influence the writing of Old Nubian, a medieval language used in the kingdom of Makuria. Coptic has also heavily influenced Egyptian Arabic, and many towns and cities in Egypt maintain their ancient Egyptian names, like Aswan, the Coptic Suwan. So what kind of texts are preserved in Coptic? While we can't cover every type of text here, we can highlight some of the most prominent examples. Around the 3rd and 4th centuries CE, Coptic was mostly used early on in rural contexts, particularly for letters, annotations, glossaries, and school exercises alongside Greek. This is based on what we see in Coptic texts from places like Kelis, Nag Hammadi, and the Karga and Dakhla oases. The fact that Coptic was showing up in texts like glossaries and school exercises shows that Coptic was first used to help readers who wanted to fit into the project of Hellenization that had been occurring over the course of centuries in Roman Egypt. Because of this, a lot of our earliest Coptic literary texts are not new literary productions, like a native Coptic novel, for example, but rather the texts are translations of Greek texts, especially biblical texts and other early Christian literature. The best example of this is the Nag Hammadi codices. These are a set of 13 codices found in Upper Egypt in the 1940s that contain a range of texts translated from Greek into Coptic, including the Gospel of Thomas, the Apocryphon of John, as well as a fragment of Plato's Republic. Another good example is the Bodmer Papyri, a collection of 22 manuscripts from the village of Dishna, which were smuggled out of Egypt in the 1950s and are now kept primarily in Switzerland and the Vatican. Among the Bodmer Papyri are a range of Greek and Coptic texts from late antiquity, especially biblical books. On the Coptic side, we have a range of 4th and 5th century manuscripts, including books from the Hebrew Bible like Genesis, Exodus, and prophets like Jeremiah and Isaiah, as well as New Testament books like Matthew, Romans, and 2 Corinthians, making them extremely valuable for understanding early Christian readership of biblical literature. Another important category of early Coptic literature is literature written by monks, particularly since Christian monks were among the most prolific Coptic writers and translators. Some scholars even argue that Christian monks were the translators and users of the Nag Hammadi codices, which complicates how traditional scholarship in early Christian studies has tried to classify monks as orthodox and whoever used those codices as Gnostics or heretics. The lines were much more blurry than is commonly assumed. The most prominent Coptic writer in the monastic landscape is Shenouda the Great, the leader of a monastic federation in Upper Egypt in the 4th and 5th centuries. Shenouda wrote so much in Coptic that we still have not organized and published all of it into English. Shenouda produced all sorts of sermons and treatises, especially on how to live a moral monastic life and on various opponents whom he deemed pagan or heretical. Many of his texts were preserved at his headquarters, the White Monastery, located near modern-day Sohag, along with other texts that made it one of the largest monastic libraries in late antique Egypt. However, the library was divided up by 19th century colonists and European antiquities traffickers, so now pieces of Shenouda's works and other texts from the White Monastery are spread from Moscow to Michigan. One of the main jobs of many Coptologists today is basically detective work, sifting through the archives of Western libraries and museums to locate Coptic manuscripts or fragments of manuscripts, and attempting to piece them together with other texts or fragments from around the world. Beyond monastic literature, we also have Manichaean texts preserved in Coptic. You can watch my full video on Manichaeism here, but briefly, Manichaeism was an ancient religion named after the 3rd century visionary and prophet Mani that spread across the world from China to Rome. Even though the prophet Mani was most active in the Sasanian Empire, his disciples and teachings caught on quite early in Egypt. Two of the most important Manichaean texts written in Coptic are the Manichaean Psalter, a 3rd or 4th century collection of Manichaean psalms found in the Fayum that connect Mani to figures like Adam and Enoch, and the Kephaliah, or chapters, a collection of sayings, teachings, and interpretations of the prophet Mani that function kind of like the Hadith do in Islam. Likewise, Coptic magical papyri were extremely prominent. There are literally hundreds of Coptic magical texts from the late antique and medieval periods, which range from protective amulets and love spells to curses and wishes for luck. For example, this Coptic magical text on screen was composed, folded up, and likely deposited somewhere in order to be activated. It lists a series of divine names, begging them to take away the supplicant's fever. Seeking out religious experts who could help produce such texts was probably a common practice in late antique Egypt. Let's turn now to the later history of Coptic. As we've just seen, Coptic is especially well known as a language for ancient texts, especially early Christian biblical translation, monastic texts, and so-called heretical treatises like the Nag Hammadi codices. But Coptic was also an important administrative language from antiquity into the early Islamic period, though it took a few centuries for it to usurp this role from the Greek language. Egyptian monks like John of Lycopolis did not really know Greek, but nevertheless they wrote bureaucratic petitions in terrible Greek, because that was the language of government. They believed Coptic was not a language meant to be used for Hellenized administrative correspondence. And the fact that Coptic was not a very standardized language probably hindered its uptake in administrative contexts. With so many dialects, it was not an efficient lingua franca for administration. But by the 6th and 7th century...
Alright, we gotta check the table. 1 out of 651. Harlander. 1 out of 206. I really wish this guy would get stuck again. Get stuck.
Coptic
Stick
became
yourself.
more and more popular in urban centers. It was used especially for legal disputes between Egyptians who might want to solve the problem among themselves rather than bringing it to an urban Greek court system. Coptic remained a prominent legal language well into the 10th century, when Arabic began to replace it as Egypt's administrative language, following the Muslim conquest of the region in the 7th century. A good example from this time period is a collection of texts from the monastery of Apa Foibamon, which was built directly into the mortuary temple of the New Kingdom pharaoh Hatshepsut, near modern-day Luxor. The monastery was an administrative hub for the region, with an archive containing bunches of economic documents in Coptic, and even a Coptic copy of the monastery's own charter, shown here on screen. Starting in the medieval period, Coptic appeared alongside Arabic in ecclesiastical texts, like prayer books and psalters, as well as biblical texts like this 14th century gospel book from the monastery of St. Macarius, that's open to the beginning of the Gospel of Matthew. Coptic remained a spoken language until around the 17th century, especially in Upper Egypt. Though some reports say it may have persisted sometime longer, Arabic had long since become the primary spoken language. In the 14th century, the Coptic bishop Athanasius of Kos lamented the decline of Coptic in his grammar book. For the people of this time in this land, their language has become forgotten. Others have not abandoned their language as we have ours. Starting in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, attempts have been made to revive Coptic as a spoken language. One of the most prominent revivalists was the Coptic Egyptologist and linguist named Claudius Labib, who was said to have gone so far as to teach Coptic to his household and encourage them to use it in daily life. He also was the editor-in-chief of the first Coptic language periodical magazine, Ain Shams. Labib and other activists encouraged learning Coptic as part of a larger project to develop a sense of Coptic cultural identity within the Muslim-majority Egyptian nation-state. Throughout the latter half of the 20th century, figures like Pope Cyril VI, Pope Shenouda III, and Emil Ishaq
Wham.
encouraged learning Coptic and produced Coptic grammars and school books, as well as started educational programs for Coptic Orthodox Christians. While spoken Coptic has not at this point been revitalized as a spoken language, you can still hear it today in a Coptic church or in a college classroom at a select few universities. As we noted earlier, Bohairic Coptic persists as the liturgical language of Coptic Christians. Coptic Christians make up about 10% of the population in Egypt, and there are also sizable diaspora communities around the world. Today you can see Coptic decorating churches around Egypt inside and out, and scripture readings and prayers are recited in Coptic during services. Coptic also continues to expand in the Western world, as scholars increasingly realize that it's a vital academic language for understanding monasticism, early Christianity, and the history of Egypt itself. If you'd like to learn more about Coptic, I'm putting some resources in the description below. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Thanks to Wondrium for sponsoring this video. Wondrium is an online learning platform where you can Welcome to Sponsored by Ground News. It was the winter of 1777 and 1778. General George Washington, leader of the American Continental Army, was waging a war of independence against the British Empire, and things weren't going great. He recently had lost the Battle of Brandywine, an effort to stop the British from taking Philadelphia. Having failed in that objective, and with the British Army occupying the city, Washington retreated to the nearby Valley Forge, where things continued to not go great. Freezing cold weather, disease, and malnutrition plagued his troops. In the midst of this misery, a local man named Isaac Potts claims to have witnessed a moment of pensive, pious prayer. He was strolling through the woods when he heard the sound of a human voice. Cautiously approaching the spot whence the voice proceeded, what was his surprise to discover Washington, on his knees, engaged in earnest prayer for his country. Potts was a pacifist Quaker and British sympathizer, but he completely changed his mind after the encounter. He thought the sword and the gospel were utterly inconsistent. No man could be a soldier and a Christian at the same time, but George Washington has this day convinced me of my mistake. This story, which first appeared in a biography in 1816, inspired generations of American artists. Henry Bruckner captured the moment in his 1866 painting, The Prayer at Valley Forge, with Washington kneeling in prayer, looking up to the heavens, and Isaac Potts peeking out in the background. Over 100 years later, the American painter Arnold Freeberg created another version, with Washington bowing his head, kneeling by his horse in the snow. The problem is, this event almost certainly never happened. Sure, Washington probably prayed at least once in the many months he spent camped at Valley Forge, but the story of Potts encountering him in the woods is most likely fabricated. Potts did not live near Valley Forge at the time. Also, according to the story, he ran home and told his wife Sarah about the encounter, but in reality, he didn't marry her until 25 years after the story supposedly took place. Moreover, the story doesn't come from the most trustworthy of sources. Mason Weems, the evangelical bookseller who first records the story, was also the originator of apocryphal stories like Washington refusing to lie about chopping down a cherry tree. Taking this evidence together, most historians regard the story as a legend. Nevertheless, the image of Washington deep in prayer communicates a mythos or a vibe about Washington as a deeply religious man. And for many American Christians, that characterization is a model for others to emulate. For example, in a 1982 radio address to the nation, the President Ronald Reagan appealed to the story as an example of Americans turning to prayer to overcome obstacles.
George Washington knelt in prayer at Valley Forge, and in the darkest days of our struggle for independence, said that the fate of unborn millions will now depend, under God, on the courage and conduct of this army.
For others, Washington's piety is used to justify the claim that the U.S. was founded as a Christian nation. But how religious was George Washington? It's a surprisingly difficult question to answer. Even back in Washington's own time, people weren't completely sure whether or not he was a Christian. Thomas Jefferson once wrote in his diary that he heard that Washington never on any occasion said a word to the public, which showed a belief in the Christian religion. Others, like the Reverend Timothy Dwight, then president of Yale College, was convinced of his Christian faith, though he sympathized with those who might doubt because Washington's religiosity was just so tough to figure out. And that might be by design. Washington was very private about his religious life, but there's enough evidence out there that we can piece together a picture. George Washington was born into an Anglican family on February 22, 1732. Anglicanism being a denomination of Protestant Christianity that emerged in England during the 16th century, following the English Reformation. After his father died while Washington was still a kid, Washington was raised by his mother, Mary Ball Washington, who was known to be a particularly devout woman. Washington, like other young Anglicans of his time, was thus taught a working knowledge of the Bible, the Anglican Book of Common Prayer, and would have attended church services with his family. This affiliation with the Anglican Church continued to his dying day, though it was relabeled as the Episcopal Church in the US following the American Revolution. As an adult, he attended 2 different Episcopal churches in Northern Virginia, though only about once a month. More often, he'd stay home to play cards, talk business, or go fox hunting. This might seem surprisingly infrequent, but sporadic church attendance was not out of the ordinary for an Anglican in 18th century Virginia. Though later during his presidency, Washington attended church almost weekly. So there's no doubt that Washington was involved in his local Christian community, but what did he believe? Some have characterized George Washington as a deist. Deism refers to the idea that some sort of god simply created the world and let it run without intervention. No miracles, no answering prayers, just natural laws governing a universe that runs basically on its own. You may have heard of the watchmaker analogy, that a deistic god is like someone winding up an analog watch and then letting its gears tick away without touching it ever again. Washington has been called a deist because he was surprisingly cagey about how he talked about the Christian God. According to the historian Dr. John Fia, George Washington only explicitly mentions Jesus once in all of the letters, speeches, and formal documents that are available to historians today. Only once. And even then, he mentions Jesus only in regard to the religion of other people, not his own. In his writings, Washington instead talks a lot about what he called higher cause, great ruler of events, all-wise creator, great spirit, and especially his favorite, providence. Now, these might sound like deistic phrases for God, but Washington seems to use these phrases as a synonym for the Christian God. For example, unlike a strict deist, Washington believed in miracles. He earnestly believed that God miraculously spared him in battle. When remembering a close call in a previous battle, when 2 horses were shot out from under him, he said he survived because of the miraculous care of Providence that protected me beyond all human expectation. Other times in his writings, he explicitly expresses belief in the Christian God. In his 1783 circular letter, he encouraged all citizens of the US to do justice, to love mercy, and to demean ourselves with the charity, humility, and pacific temper of mind, which were the characteristics of the divine author of our blessed religion. This seems to be an allusion to Jesus and stands out as one of his most explicit statements about the Christian God. And some of the Bible nerds in the audience might have noticed that allusion to Micah 6:8. Do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with God. Washington was very biblically literate. He read the Bible both publicly and privately, and constantly referenced and alluded to the Bible in his writings. So George Washington was a Bible-reading, God-believing Christian who was involved in his local church. Easy answer to an easy question, right? Well, there are a few factors that complicate this picture. First of all, Washington was reluctant to talk about his own religious identity, particularly when it concerned Jesus. Once the Reverend Samuel Langdon asked Washington to publicly claim himself a disciple of the Lord Jesus Christ. And Washington skirted the question. He responded with a vague, courteous reply that only mentioned the great author of the universe. Why he would dodge this question raises other questions about his beliefs. Another question mark is his possibly troubled relationship with communion. Communion, also called the Lord's Supper or the Eucharist, is a ritual practiced across all denominations of Christianity. Though the precise theological interpretations and styles of the ritual vary depending on the branch of Christianity, it's arguably the central ritual for all of Christianity. There's some evidence that before the American Revolution, Washington always participated in communion, but after the war, he never did. He'd just leave the service early to avoid it, leaving his wife behind to partake. The Bishop William White once declared, "Truth requires me to say that General Washington never received the communion." And when Washington started attending Christ Church in Philadelphia during his presidency, the assistant rector James Abercrombie publicly rebuked Washington for leaving before communion. In response, Washington never again attended that church when communion was being served. He just removed himself from that situation. Now, on one hand, we should note that Abercrombie was making an example of Washington because skipping communion was a common occurrence. Historians estimate that a small minority of Anglicans in the Southern American colonies participated in communion at that time, and the rate may have been even lower in parts of England. And according to the historian Mary Thompson, communion was only offered 3 or 4 Sundays a year. So Thompson says that Washington avoiding communion was the norm in 18th century Virginia, while historians such as John Fea say that it does raise questions when we read it in the context of his other behavior, like how he rarely mentioned Jesus in his writings, his dodging Samuel Langdon's challenge to publicly declare his faith in Jesus, and his refusal to return to Christ Church after being publicly called out. Ultimately, historians don't know why he avoided it, and it's particularly confusing why he would stop after the American Revolution. Historians have floated a few theories. Perhaps he was so private that he didn't want to publicly affirm his commitments to Christianity by doing the Eucharist. Maybe he didn't feel worthy enough to partake in the sacrament. Or on the flip side, maybe Washington had serious doubts or conflicted feelings about the most important event in Christian theology, the death and resurrection of Jesus. Ultimately, we just don't know. A final interesting thing to note is Washington's death, which lacked any of the features you'd expect from a devout Episcopalian. No minister at his deathbed and no prayer. Washington's death was so oddly devoid of religion that the Presbyterian pastor Samuel Miller once asked how a true Christian, in the full exercise of his mental faculties, would die without one expression of distinctive belief or Christian hope. Ultimately, much of the speculation stems from the fact that Washington was very private about his religion. He was not inclined to display it to the public. His true private thoughts on the matter might have been contained in his letters to his wife Martha, but she burned them after his death. Now, whatever his personal beliefs were, Washington seemed to view religion as a necessary prereq for a healthy republic. In his famous farewell address, he declared that religion and morality are indispensable supports, which lead to political prosperity. This reflects in part a political philosophy called classical republicanism, which argued that a functioning republic required representatives and citizens to practice virtue first and foremost. And in his view, religion, and specifically Christianity, was the vehicle for promoting that virtue. Which might be why Washington stressed the public role of religion more than he did its role as a private devotional practice. So Washington was a complicated person when it came to religion. He doesn't deserve the label deist, but he wasn't particularly enthusiastic, as some Christian nationalists today may lead you to think. Nevertheless, we can learn something by studying the hagiographical portrayal of him today. These are clear-cut examples of what historians call the usable past. The usable past is a concept that refers to the selective interpretation of history for purposes in the present day, selectively using the past to make sense of the present, provide guidance, or to justify actions, beliefs, or political policies. The concept of the usable past is often credited to the American historian Van Wyck Brooks. In his 1918 essay on creating a usable past, Brooks argued for constructing a version of American history that could serve the present by providing a sense of continuity and inspiration for contemporary writers. He said the past is an inexhaustible storehouse. It yields up now this treasure, now that. Brooks believed that American culture had been held back by being disconnected from its own heritage, and by drawing from the past, a usable past could be created that could foster a stronger sense of national identity, and lay down a foundation for a distinctively American culture. We see something similar going on in this legendary version of Washington, the pious man of prayer who knelt down at Valley Forge. This version of Washington is useful for those who argue that the US was founded as a Christian nation. Historical or not, it provides a precedent to justify a national identity that's uniquely Christian, or justify contemporary policies toward that end. This is what Ronald Reagan was doing in that same radio address from before. After sharing the story of Washington praying at Valley Forge, Reagan quickly pivoted to lamenting the secularizing of public schools.
Yet today we're told that to protect that First Amendment, we must suppress prayer and expel God from our children's classrooms.
For Reagan and other politicians, Washington's religiosity is an element of the past that he
Quarm.
can use for his contemporary
Quarm!
which makes this phrase usable past sound kind
1
of
out of
cynical.
1400.
And it's true that cherry-picking our historical facts can lead to people perpetuating myths or distorting historical facts for political gain. But writing
You're a
history
quarm.
is a selective process in and of
I
itself.
am, yes. I
Any
have 2
university
quarms.
history class will likely require you to read E.H. Carr's 1961 book, What is History?, where he points out it's a mistake to assume that history is just a collection of objective facts. What historians do is interpretation. In other words, history is how the present thinks and writes about the past. and our interpretations of the past are often shaped by our contemporary needs and perspectives, what the historian wants to focus on, and how they write about that topic. This is also the case with journalism. As the saying goes, journalists write the first draft of history. But a challenge that we all face when we read that first draft is social media. The manipulative algorithms in our social media feeds that push sensationalized content and trap us into online echo chambers. That's why I'm excited for today's sponsor. Sponsored by Ground News. Imagine this. An elderly Thomas Jefferson, the third president of the United States and author of the Declaration of Independence, is sitting at his desk at home in Monticello. In front of him are 6 copies of the Bible in 4 different languages. But he's not exactly studying them. In fact, he's not really reading them either. In his hand he holds a razor blade, and he's slicing passages out of the Bibles and rearranging them into a text called The Life and Morals of Jesus of Nazareth, more commonly known as the Jefferson Bible. Not because he wrote it, because he crafted it. The text was published in 1895, almost 70 years after his death. It was Jefferson's personal selection of passages from the Gospels, but he pasted together only the passages in which Jesus taught. No miracles, no resurrection, no acknowledgement of being divine. The Sermon on the Mount? Keep it. Walking on water and healing the sick? Remove it. As he explained to his friend and political foe John Adams, he felt compelled to extract Jesus' earthly teachings from the rest of the Gospels, because later writers corrupted his original teachings. What remains is the most sublime and benevolent code of morals which has ever been offered to man. I have performed this operation for my own use, by cutting verse by verse out of the printed books and arranging the matter which is evidently his, and which is as easily distinguishable as diamonds in a dunghill. Considering that he just compared much of the canonical Gospels to a dunghill, you might not be surprised to hear that Jefferson's religious beliefs stirred up a lot of controversy in his day. In fact, they nearly cost him the presidency, as Jefferson's political enemies tried to smear him as an atheist. But was that true? If Jefferson felt compelled and qualified to chop up and improve the Bible, and disavow Jesus as the Son of God, what did he believe? A quick glance at his bio and you'd assume that Jefferson was an otherwise devout member of the Anglican Church, which at the time was the established church of Jefferson's home colony of Virginia. It later became the Episcopal Church after the American Revolution. Jefferson was born into an Anglican family in 1743. He attended the College of William and Mary, an Anglican college. He baptized his kids in the Anglican Church, he contributed financially to the Anglican parish where Monticello was located, and he attended church often, even as president. But although he was outwardly an Anglican and later an Episcopalian, he also acknowledged significant differences between his personal religiosity and the orthodox teachings of the church. In 1816 he claimed, "I am a real Christian," that is to say, a disciple of the doctrines of Jesus. Elsewhere he declared, "I am of a sect by myself as far as I know." In fact, according to the historian of American religion, John Fea, Jefferson was probably the most skeptical of all of the founders, and his beliefs did not align with Christian orthodoxy as it's generally defined by most Christians throughout history. So if Jefferson was out of step with the doctrines of the Anglican Church, what did he believe? First of all, Jefferson believed in a god, so no, he was not an atheist. He believed that an intelligent designer created the universe. He states this plainly in a letter to John Adams, saying when we take a view of the universe, it is impossible for the human mind not to perceive and feel a conviction of design in every atom of its composition. In the same letter, he explicitly declared to adore the creator and benevolent governor of the world. But this does not mean he believed in God as many Christians understand God today. For example, Jefferson explicitly rejected the core Christian doctrine of the Trinity, that God exists in 3 persons, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. He declared the Trinity to be incomprehensible jargon and metaphysical insanity. In this respect, some historians have categorized him as a Unitarian, though he was not a formal member of a Unitarian church. Nevertheless, he did speak highly of Unitarianism and even predicted it would become the general religion of the United States. Many historians also describe his views about God as deistic, a deist being someone who believes in an intelligent designer of the universe, but a universe governed by natural laws. The creator does not interfere with these laws once they are established. Now, some historians who take a very strict definition of deism as the belief that God never intervenes in history instead label him things like a theistic rationalist, pointing to evidence that suggests that Jefferson believed in a God that did engage with the universe on a more intimate level. For example, in one letter, Jefferson says that we are not in a world ungoverned by the laws and power of a superior agent. Our efforts are in his hand and directed by it. This and other quotes lead some historians to say that Jefferson believed in a God that actively sustained the universe, even if that God is somewhat aloof. Monticello's own website tries to have it both ways by saying that he was not strictly a deist, but he was deistic. On the other hand, many historians who take a looser definition of deism and view it more on a spectrum comfortably label him as a deist. Although Jefferson never referred to himself as a deist, his views do fall more on the deistic side of the spectrum insofar as he rejected miracles and was a materialist, who believed that the universe was governed by natural laws instituted by God. In one of his letters he writes, "To talk of immaterial existence is to talk of nothings." And in the Declaration of Independence itself, Jefferson says independence from England is justified by the laws of nature and of nature's God, which was a common phrase used by deists at the time. But there is some ambiguity. People are complicated, and views change over time. So even though he at times appears to be a staunch materialist, leaving no room for the supernatural, he at other times seems to express a belief in the afterlife, and hoped for a future when he'd reunite with lost friends and family. A year before both he and Adams died, he wrote, "But all this you and I shall know, when we meet again in another place at no distant period." Although this might just be Jefferson trying to comfort his friend, some historians see it as a sincere expression of belief in an afterlife. So without getting mired too deeply in definitions, whether we characterize his views as
Snapdragon again.
deistic
God
or
dang it.
theistic rationalist, his view of God was a far cry from both atheism and Orthodox Christianity. He was a skeptic who believed in a God who created the universe and cared about morality, but a God who largely kept out of human affairs. Jefferson also rejected the Christian idea that the Bible is the inspired word of God. In fact, he showed active contempt for the people who transmitted the words and teachings of Jesus. This included the gospel writers.
Avanto! Avanto! The frick is the Avanto chance? 947. Am I literally going for the rarest? No, Lantodime is the rarest. No, Dwarf Wheat is the rarest. No, Torstal is the rarest. Okay, I'm not going for literally the rarest, but it ain't common, that's for sure. We're getting close
Paul
to
himself,
going to the
he referred
toad,
to these
though.
people as biographers of Jesus, who put words in Jesus' mouth. And while Jefferson admired some of these sayings, he said he found in many passages so much ignorance, so much absurdity, so much untruth, charlatanism, and imposture as to pronounce it impossible that such contradictions should have proceeded from the same being. He goes on to call the disciples of Jesus a band of dupes and imposters.
Toad
He calls the
flax.
Apostle Paul the first corrupter of the doctrines of Jesus. Jefferson was also very critical of Christian institutions, particularly the clergy. He argued that true Christianity was primitive, meaning that it involved only the teachings of Jesus before any sort of church institution emerged. Jefferson believed that along with the gospel writers and Paul, the clergy had corrupted these teachings. Some historians thus call him a primitivist Christian, someone who views themselves as excavating an original Christianity before any Bible, before any Christian institution, and before any Christian doctrines. Jefferson's opposition to religious authorities came into play in his advocacy for religious freedom and the disestablishment of state religions, the process by which a state ends official support and recognition of a religious institution. Before the American Revolution, most of the original colonies used taxes to support religious institutions, and several had established state churches. And even after the Revolution, most state constitutions of the time even required public officials to profess being a Christian or believe in God in order to hold office. Jefferson stridently opposed this and often leveled his criticism against the clergy themselves. When Connecticut eliminated the privileged status of congregational churches in the state, Jefferson celebrated that this den of the priesthood is at length broken up, and that a Protestant popedom is no longer to disgrace the American history and character. So in his own words, he was a follower of Jesus, and officially he was a member of the Anglican Church and later the Episcopal Church. But many Christians, both then and now, would not call him a fellow Christian for his rejection of core tenets of Orthodox Christian teachings, like the inspiration of the Bible, the Trinity, the resurrection of Jesus, and the divinity of Jesus. Above all, Jefferson's religious views were influenced by 18th century Enlightenment thinking. He believed that all truths could be ascertained with reason alone, declaring our reason at last must ultimately decide, as it is the only oracle which God has given us to determine between what really comes from him and the phantasms of a disordered or deluded imagination. So he rejected religious ideas that he believed could not be explained by reason and empiricism, like the resurrection of Jesus, while at the same time thinking that reason could lead anyone to conclude that a God exists. Remember back to that quote from the letter to John Adams. He said, "It is impossible for the human mind not to perceive the intelligent design of the universe." So returning to the Jefferson Bible, we can see that in his mind, this was not an act of desecration, but a project of personal piety intended for personal devotion. It was a faithful attempt to recover the teachings of Jesus from people whom he believed corrupted them. This and his other writings lead the historian Edwin Gouston to call Jefferson the most self-consciously theological of all American presidents. So we cannot justify the label atheist for Jefferson, but that did not stop his political opponents from bringing that attack against him. Then, as it is now, calling someone an atheist is an effective attack in American electoral politics. And when Jefferson ran for president during the presidential election of 1800, things got nasty. The scholar Stephen Prothero calls it the Jefferson Wars, one of the first major culture wars in American history. At the time, Jefferson was the leader of the Democratic-Republican Party. Their main opponents were the Federalists, led by John Adams, who, as we've seen, was both Jefferson's bitter political foe and personal friend and confidant. Among other things, the Federalists promoted deference to Protestant clergy and church hierarchy as the proper way to achieve social order and national unity. Jefferson, on the other hand, complained that the clergy were corrupt interlopers who stood between the common people and the teachings of Jesus in order to wield power that they didn't deserve. The Federalist Alexander Hamilton attacked him as an atheist in religion and a fanatic in politics. A pro-Federalist newspaper said that murder, robbery, rape, adultery, and incest will be openly taught and practiced if Jefferson won. And the Congregationalist minister Timothy Dwight warned of a possible future in which Christians may see the Bible cast into a bonfire, our wives and daughters the victims of legal prostitution, and everyone becoming disciples of Voltaire. Despite these attacks, Jefferson won the presidency, but people are still fighting over his religion to this day. Because the question of whether or not the US is or should be a Christian nation was a deeply contentious issue during his lifetime as it is today. In a poll conducted in 2022, 61% of Republicans supported the idea of declaring the United States a Christian nation, which is a position known as Christian nationalism. One of the primary ways that Christian nationalists justify their belief is by arguing the country's founders and the documents they wrote were mostly devoutly Christian. Thomas Jefferson is somewhat of a problematic outlier for this narrative. On one hand, his ideas helped to establish religious freedom rights in the US Constitution, and he was the primary author of the Declaration of Independence itself. But on the other hand, he was not an Orthodox Christian while he was doing all of this. But this fact hasn't stopped some from attempting to rehabilitate his religious image. For example, in the book The Jefferson Lies, the evangelical Christian author and activist David Barton argued that Jefferson was a Christian, who spent the majority of his life as an Orthodox believer, who strayed from orthodoxy only later in life as his faith became, quote, contaminated and weak. The publisher ultimately withdrew the book from publication for being riddled with inaccuracies, but it's an interesting Christian nationalist artifact nonetheless. As we talked about in a previous video about George Washington's religion, people often search through history for a usable past. An understanding of the past
Hear it.
Sponsored by Wondrium. Imagine you're an ancient Egyptian, and you're sailing up the Nile from the delta to the cataracts that mark the boundary with ancient Nubia. The year is somewhere around 1200 BCE. As you round a bend in the river, on the left bank you'd see the sun rising through a series of enormous stone gateways, one behind the other, as well as gold-tipped obelisks sparkling with the early morning light. This is Karnak, the greatest temple complex in all of ancient Egypt, and at one time, one of the tallest structures in the entire world. On your right, across the river, you'd see pharaonic mortuary temples nestled among the cliffs, guarding the famous Valley of the Kings, a necropolis of pharaonic tombs cut into the rock. Among these temples are scattered all the other features of a major city: marketplaces, docks, palaces, and houses of all sizes. But it's the temples that dominate the skyline. Their gates, made of 2 stone towers on either side of the entryway, gave the city its common nickname: 100-Gated Thebes. With an estimated population of somewhere between 40,000 and 75,000 people, Thebes was one of the largest, if not the largest city in the world for more than a millennium, from about 1900 to 700 BCE. It was known throughout the ancient world as a place of breathtaking grandeur and incomprehensible wealth. For centuries, Thebes was home to Egypt's most influential rulers, and most notably, its most powerful gods, especially Amun, the king of gods, and the patron god of his holy city. But what was so special about Thebes? Why did Egypt's greatest city spring up along an unremarkable stretch of the Nile in Upper Egypt to grow into a religious and cultic hub? And what can its architecture tell us about the religion and society that flourished here for centuries? To understand the city of Thebes, let's start with the name. Confusingly, Thebes is also an ancient city in Greece. So why the same name? The answer is, no one really knows. But it's what the Greeks called both cities as far back as the 1st millennium BCE in the works of Homer. But apparently this was only a Greek thing, because in the ancient Egyptian language, the city was originally called Waset, which probably meant that it was the location of the Was scepter, an important symbol of power carried by both kings and gods. As the city grew, its proper name gradually fell out of use. Later Akkadian and Hebrew sources identify the city as No, or No Amun, and that same name survives into the Coptic language as Ne. These names all derive from an Egyptian word which simply means city. Much like the way New Yorkers might refer to New York City simply as the city, Egyptians referred to their most prominent city as simply the city, and the Egyptian word for city became its name, and Thebes indeed was the quintessential example of what that word represented, as the center of Egyptian religion, culture, and politics for much of pharaonic history. Let's zoom back now to the beginnings of Thebes, before it became known as the city. Historians of ancient Egypt have broken its timeline down into periods, seen here on screen, and while scholars debate some of the precise transitions between each of these periods, these give us a good look at the different phases of Egyptian history, each with their own political, economic, and social dynamics. Now, we don't know much about the very earliest days of Thebes, but given the overall evidence for human settlement in Egypt dating back tens of thousands of years, and based on Paleolithic stone tools found at the site, we can reasonably assume that people lived on the spot for thousands of years before it became the center of Egypt's most powerful rulers and gods. Until the first intermediate period, Thebes was probably little more than a moderately sized village on the Nile, just one among many nondescript towns in Upper Egypt. But ever since its rise beginning in the Middle Kingdom, Thebes has never been uninhabited. Today it's known as Luxor, from the Arabic word meaning the castles, a reference to the many pharaonic temples that are still scattered throughout the city and landscape. As a result, much of ancient Thebes has since been buried by centuries and centuries of continuous building. Whatever archaeological evidence there might be for the origins of the city probably lies underneath the modern houses of the people who still live there today. But on the other side of the river, the Theban hills are a honeycomb of ancient tombs, some of which date back to the Old Kingdom. This means that local nobles had established Thebes as their base of power long before it became the economic, religious, and political center of the Egyptian state in later eras. The major shift happened during the first intermediate period. For reasons that historians don't fully understand, the centralized government that built the pyramids, now known as the Old Kingdom, collapsed around 2160 BCE. Egypt had no central government for a period lasting about a century. Local rulers gained autonomy over their surrounding regions and no longer had to answer to a pharaoh in a far-off capital. One of these rulers, Intef of Thebes, had ambitions. Intef began attacking his neighbors to the north in an effort to bring their territory under his control. Now, Intef himself would never see Egypt reunited, but one of his descendants, Mentuhotep II, did finally conquer all of Egypt, ushering in the Middle Kingdom. Mentuhotep II made Thebes the capital of a newly united Egypt, the first but not the last time that the city would serve this role. Later dynasties moved the capital away from Thebes, but despite this temporary setback, Thebes was still on the rise. During the second intermediate period, a new set of local rulers grew strong enough to launch yet another war of unification. Theban rulers once again reunited all of Egypt into a single centralized government. This so-called New Kingdom was a golden age of ancient Egypt, and nowhere was this more evident than in Thebes. Basically, all of the biggest and most impressive sites that tourists visit in Luxor today are New Kingdom sites. Most notably, the Karnak Temple Complex. And here's why I call Thebes a holy city, on par with other holy cities like Jerusalem, Mecca, or Varanasi. Karnak was already an impressive place of worship and pilgrimage long before the New Kingdom, perhaps as far back as the Old Kingdom. But when Mentuhotep II rose to power, he set a previously minor deity on the road to superstardom, Amun. His name means the Hidden One. By this time, Amun was the patron god of Thebes. His mysterious, transcendent nature made him especially appealing to the broader population, even though he doesn't seem to have been worshipped widely during the Old Kingdom. But Middle Kingdom pharaohs began focusing the worship of Amun in Thebes by building or continuing to build the Temple of Amun, which is the central component of the Karnak Temple complex. This laid the groundwork for a religious revolution and set Thebes on a course to become not just the capital of ancient Egypt, but the holy city of Egypt, the cultic center of Egypt's most important god, though it would take centuries for it to fully develop during the New Kingdom. During this era, Karnak ballooned in size as subsequent pharaohs built new structures and expanded its boundaries. And this is why I keep saying Karnak Temple Complex instead of just Karnak Temple, because it's not a single building, but rather a massive precinct consisting of an agglomeration of obelisks, satellite temples, small shrines and chapels, gateways, colossal statues, and even a sacred lake, all constructed over the course of 2,000 years by many different pharaohs. If you wanted to show your patronage and connection to Amun, you'd expand or renovate the Karnak Temple complex, maybe by building another obelisk or chapel. Although Amun was the most important god worshipped there, at least for most of its history, several other gods were worshipped within the complex as well, including the Theban war god Montu, as well as
Dwarfweed! That's the 1 out of 7,000, Scoop! That's not what I wanted. I need the 1 out of 2,900.
Local man owned.
Dwarfweed. What am I supposed to make? Range potions? The elves don't need range potions. They already got ranged potions. We need cantines. They make super defense potions. I don't know why the elves scare.
The elves are flimsy.
Yeah, that's could be the point. Can't believe I got a dwarfweed. What the frick? I would have accepted nothing, but the game's gonna game at me. Here you go, have a rare dwarfweed. No. 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 I do not need these dwarf weeds. Oh well, looks like I'm going to go to the toad after all. Maybe instead of giving me a cadentine, it'll give me a tome of fire. That would be awful. I definitely don't want a tome of fire. Oh man, limited fire runes? That would be such a bummer. Alright, I'll run out my HP here because it just dinged 73 thievery. Hey, he teleported. Get back here, Master Farmer.
Amun's wife, the mother goddess Mut, and their son, the moon god Khonsu, made famous by the Marvel version Khonshu and Marvel's Moon Knight. Together they formed the Theban Triad. The most impressive part of the complex, at least to modern visitors, is the Great Hypostyle Hall. That tiny dot here on screen is me. This hall is huge. The Great Hypostyle Hall reached its full height during the 19th dynasty, and even today it towers 25 meters over the city. Once it was the tallest building in Thebes, and in a sense one of the tallest buildings in the entire world, at least as we usually understand the concept of building. Pyramids are taller, but unlike pyramids, which are almost entirely solid throughout and rise at a gently sloping angle, the Hypostyle Hall is rectangular and uses columns to support a flat stone roof. Building technologies have changed in the last 3,000 years since it was built, so we routinely visit much taller buildings today, but the scale of the Hypostyle Hall was unlike anything else in the ancient world. We can only imagine how impossibly huge it must have seemed. In a city where most human-made structures were probably mud brick houses, staring up at such grandeur, it's easy enough to understand the message the building was trying to convey. Amun is supreme. He lives in the most magnificent palace ever constructed, and the pharaoh who honors him is the most powerful person in the world. The power of the pharaoh may wax and wane, but the solid stone palace of Amun will endure for all time. And as often the case in the history of religion, here's where things get political. It's not a stretch to call Karnak a political institution in ancient Egypt. Not only did the architecture of Karnak communicate the power of Amun, and by association the power of the pharaohs, but the myths created around Amun and the rituals conducted at Karnak also reinforced the king's legitimacy to rule. So for example, the pharaohs of the 18th dynasty depicted Amun as the progenitor of the pharaohs, and the one who selected them to rule. The pharaohs even built a hall where coronation rituals were conducted with the god's approval. Quite an explicit example of the entanglement of religion and politics. The coronation of new pharaohs literally took place within the walls of Karnak. Now, all of this amounts to the religion of the super elite in Thebes, the pharaohs, nobles, and priests. In fact, the common folk had very limited access to the Karnak temple complex, if at all. But the public would have witnessed major rituals throughout the year because the entire city of Thebes basically became an enormous parade ground for annual festivals that crossed the main part of the city from Karnak to Luxor Temple, and even across the Nile, passing by the temples of previous pharaohs on the West Bank, and then crossing the river again to the harbor at Karnak. In some of these festivals, such as the Opet festival, the gold figure of the god Amun was removed from the inner sanctum of Karnak and placed in a shrine aboard a small boat. Priests carried the boat on their shoulders around the temple grounds, through the southern pylon to the Temple of Mut, and further on to Luxor Temple, leading it back and forth all the way through the city on a processional road lined with sphinxes. This road still survives today, and in 2021, the modern Egyptian President Sisi marched down the road during a ceremony, with 400 performers dressed in ancient Egyptian costumes. So even today you can glimpse the political utility of the Theban processional road. The general population was able to view this procession from the riverbanks. They would have witnessed a huge entourage of elite priests, government officials, and soldiers, crisscrossing the city, carrying with them the patron god of the city and the pharaoh, while singing hymns to both of them. The Yale University Egyptologist John Darnell argues that the Opet festival was a renewal ceremony, the result of which was the renewal of Amun in the person of his ever-renewing human vessel, the reigning king. In other words, the festival's purpose was to reconfirm the royal coronation of the pharaoh, which has special significance when performed in front of the general population of the city. And the Opet festival must have been deeply embedded in the local culture. Not only was it celebrated all the way into the Roman period, some scholars have argued that echoes of the festival may have survived in Coptic Christian and Islamic celebrations too. So what happened to Karnak in later years? The golden age of the New Kingdom eventually declined.
I finally started using the seed vault. How many bank space does that free up? Like 50? Oh my gosh, it's so pure. I should have done this a long time ago. Okay, let's start getting our winter toad gear here. What do I need? I need a good knife for Fletch, because why Fletch? Why Fletch, Talon? Answer me that
Why
question.
Fletch indeed?
Well, you see, I want fletching XP. Games necklace to go there, and a dueling necklace to go here, and I don't know, 5 tuna, 6 tuna. Time to go toading. Which world is the mass world? Winter Toad. Alright, it's toading time. Oh, I'm just in time, actually. Chop, chop. Yes, I definitely missed taking a billion damage from the toad.
Why Fletch?
Oh, so the toad can do a billion damage to me, that's why. That's right, I like to put my knife at the bottom here. I need fletching XP anyway, so this is good.
You need elf XP.
Well, that's true. You got no argument from me about that. Oh right, that's what I need to grab a hammer. Forgot that was even a thing. That's probably enough to start fletching.
Why is the Winter Todd gear a freaking WoW Paladin outfit? Assuming that's why everyone looks like that.
Yeah. It's Pyromancer gear.
Also, why are all those people standing around over there?
A lot of people, after they get the minimum amount of points, they'll just idle.
Oh, is that what's happening? Idlers?
Yep.
Those bums.
I agree. You got no argument for me about that. Let's see. Do that. Grab myself 3 more tuna. Because I'm Neil Breen. Grab a hammer. Okay. Wonder why that guy cares about getting 85 fire making, because that's what I have, I believe. I can't believe it's like it's got to be awesome. Some people level fire making straight to 99 at Winter Toad. I do not understand what would possess a man to do such
You saying
awful
you
thing.
don't want 99 fire making?
I mean, before doing anything else in the game.
Because they can, probably.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's technically easier because the damage you take scales. But, you know, cringe. Hello, can Snow stop trying to follow me? Just want a Fletch. I just want a Y. I will say it will be pretty hilarious if I get a Tome of Fire before I get a Phoenix pet. It's also insane how fast your fire making speed really is. Like, on the one hand, I would never ever ever go to 99 before doing anything. On the other hand, you get so much fire making XP. It's not as ridiculous as it probably ought to be to do that. Apparently, straight up burning logs is less XP though, or is more XP than Winter Toad. That's like part of why it had to be so high, which is crazy to me. But I guess you have to like have the logs.
Yeah, you gotta chop a bunch of trees.
Well, I mean, apparently a lot of people before Winter Toad just bought it. Like they just bought the stuff.
Oh, can you just do any logs work, or do you have to go up in logs?
Yeah, I mean the higher level logs, the more XP.
Oh, okay.
So people just bought the highest logs. You know, they they can, and logs are generally pretty cheap. If you don't have to get them yourself. But why Fletch, though?
Why Fletch, indeed.
I will say the crazy thing is the fletching XP here at my current level, pretty decent, actually. Compared to, like, chopping trees or whatever. If I spend a bunch of money, fletching's kind of the same way, where, like, if I bought a bunch of logs, if that was a thing I could do, it wouldn't be good, but it is. Oh, a dwarf weed. Curse you, dwarf weed. Why are you showing up everywhere? You're supposed to be rare. You're a rare dwarf. Dwarf weed is twice as rare as cadentine from my supply crates at my farming level. Cool. Cool. I'm not owned. Who said? Who said it? No one.
I'm writing it on the internet right now, actually.
No, stop.
Ivan is incredibly owned.
No, you can't. Wow, getting a Dragon Axe is rarer than getting a Tome of Fire. I didn't know that. From this. They really went to push you to the Dagonoth Kings for that axe. Understandable. What are you playing, sir?
I am now playing some Star Sector.
Oh yeah? Name every sector.
I think you're just in one sector, actually.
Name every sector.
The sectors don't have names?
Not even playing Star Sector. You're lying. You're faking it. It's complete fabrication. You made it up.
I think you're trying to make it up.
That's still the game where you're smuggling, right? You're smuggler in the smuggler's cove in your smuggler's vest, smuggling illegal AI cores or whatever the frick.
Yes, that's about right.
Have you initiated the AI singularity yet?
No.
What the heck are you waiting for?
Like, thanks to the power of mods, I have been befriending some AIs.
This guy would date a robot.
Dating so many robots.
Oops, chop the roots. I got not a little ambitious on how many logs I chopped for the second set.
And now it's time for me to go make a colony.
The colony of fletching.
No. No, fletching is not allowed.
Should be allowed.
No, all fletchers are banned.
Wow. Mahogany.
You'd think this meant the sun had finally set on the centrality of Amun and the political power of Karnak, but you'd be wrong. Scholars have argued that the Third Intermediate Period was actually a time of delicately balanced power, rather than disunity. Instead of widespread strife, rule over Egypt was shared between an officially recognized pharaoh in the Delta and the high priest of Amun in Thebes. In other words, the leader of Karnak had become the equivalent of a pharaoh in Upper Egypt. In practical terms, Egypt was amicably divided between two kings, one of them still residing in...
Alright, what videos we got? VTubers. VTubers!
You're a VTuber?
First collab with my girlies. Is this what you were talking about?
I'm sure it's one of the... I'm sure they're all streaming the same thing, yes?
It's over. It's all over.
How does it feel to collab with your girlies?
Pretty good. Can't believe they wanted to collect cadentine seeds with me.
Hmm.
But, you know,
You haven't done much collecting of cadentine seeds.
I'm working on it. They'll show up eventually, Talon. Don't you worry. Toad is being brutal to me right now. I hate him. That Toad. Stop killing me. You're killing me here, Toad. It's like you're voiced by Chris Pratt. Or no, wait. Keegan Michael Key. Fledged. Anyone that got a fave VTuber, says this guy in Winter Toad chat. Don, you can tell him your favorite.
I don't have one.
What do you mean? You like the plant, and you like the edgy one?
These are all lies that you keep concocting, and I don't know why.
Because they're the truth. It's not my fault you can't handle the truth.
I can't handle the truth.
Yeah, that's what I said. And what you just said, you confirmed it.
You consider that you just like telling lies.
Who am I, Darcy Poochie?
Yes. You got tired of being two people at once. So you retired. You had Darcy married.
It's all canon. It's absolutely canonical.
When a Magic the Gathering card is too powerful, it can be banned, making it illegal to play in a format. But this usually doesn't happen until many months or even years after the card is first printed. When a card gets banned right after its release, you know that Wizards really messed up and that card is truly broken. So today we're looking at the fastest bannings in the history of Magic the Gathering. Honorable mention, Ivory Tower, restricted 56 days after release. Technically, Ivory Tower just misses out on our list. Its restriction 56 days after being printed in Antiquities puts it just outside the top 10 fastest bannings. But I couldn't resist mentioning the artifact just because it was also on our list of the worst cards to ever be banned. The fact that one of the least powerful cards ever added to the Magic ban list is also one of the fastest cards to be banned shows just how strange Magic was in the early days. Today, Ivory Tower isn't banned anywhere, but it also doesn't see play anywhere because gaining a bit of life each turn just isn't enough. If you want to hear more about Ivory Tower's banning, make sure to check out our video about the worst cards to ever be banned in Magic the Gathering. Number 10, Mazavith, restricted 50 days after release. Through the eyes of a 2023 Magic player, it's hard to think of Mazavith as a problematic card. Instead, it's more likely to be that card that you used to play in your commander deck but just can't quite find the room for anymore now that more powerful utility lands have been printed. But back in the earliest days of Magic, Mazavith was considered to be a big problem. At the time, creatures were horrible, and if any halfly decent ones did make it to print, they would often end up banned, like Juggernaut and Curdape. However, most decks needed to win the game with a creature eventually because there weren't really many alt-win cons at the time. So games of Magic would also come down to these massive control battles, and once both players had spent all their removals and sweepers, someone would try to win the game with a Serra Angel or something similar. And that's where Mazavith came in. Mazavith lets any deck shut down a creature each turn for free. Some people have compared it to the original Phyrexian mana spell, just like Dismember lets a mono blue deck kill a creature, which normally they aren't supposed to be able to do. Mazavith would let a mono blue deck keep a creature at bay forever by removing it from combat. Combined with creatures being so bad at the time, in the presence of powerful sweepers like Wrath of God and of Renarel's Disc, Mazavith made it nearly impossible for a creature deck to win the game. So 60 days after it was printed in the dark, Wizards restricted it so players could only use a single copy in their decks. At the time, Wizards didn't really outright ban cards. Need a Mazavith of your own? Well, you can snag one from our sponsor, Card Kingdom, over at cardkingdom.com/FTGGoldfish. Number 9, combo winner with Tolarian Academy, Windfall, and Stroke of Genius. Banned in Standard, Extended, Legacy, and Vintage 50 days after release. Urza Saga might be the most broken Magic set of all time. It unleashed a hellish combo of fast mana like Tolarian Academy and mass card draw effects like Time Spiral, Stoke of Genius, and Windfall. The end result was an era of Magic known as Combo Winner, where decks in all formats use these cards to try to combo up and win the game maybe as early as turn 1. The idea of the decks were pretty simple. Dump your hand of mana-producing artifacts, make a ton of mana with Tolarian Academy, refill your hand with Time Spirals and Windfalls, and Time Spiral can even untap Tolarian Academy to make even more mana, and you just keep doing this until eventually you make enough mana that you can kill your opponent by forcing them to draw their entire deck with a Stoke of Genius. The deck was so powerful and so consistent that it literally made Magic players quit the game altogether, which made Wizards take action by banning Tolarian Academy and Windfall in all formats just 50 days after they were printed, while Stoke of Genius was also banned in Legacy and restricted in Vintage, although it remained legal in Standard and Extended. Despite all this, the Combo Winner problem was far from solved, but more on this in a minute. Number 8. Oko Thief of Crowns in Once Upon a Time, banned in Standard 45 days after release. There's actually been 2 different times in Magic that a card has been banned 45 days after it was printed, with the first being Oko Thief of Crowns in Once Upon a Time in Standard. Both cards were released in the now infamous Throne of Eldraine set in September 2019, and they managed to make it until the middle of November 2019 before they were banned, although many players thought they should have been banned much sooner. Once Upon a Time's banning is pretty straightforward. Freeze spells are always powerful and often too powerful. Once Upon a Time made decks too consistent. At the time, the most powerful thing you could do in Standard was play a Gilded Goose on turn 1 and then use its extra mana to cast an Oko Thief of Crowns on turn 2. Once Upon a Time's ability to dig for Gilded Goose for free, assuming it's your first spell you cast, made this happen far too often. Add in that green was the dominant color in Standard at the time, and Wizards banned Once Upon a Time to try to power drown green by making it less consistent. Oko Thief of Crowns was essentially just a design and testing mistake. It turns out that making a 3/3 elk every other turn while also downgrading your opponent's best artifacts and creatures into elks and gaining life is necessary, all while gaining loyalty for just 3 mana, often starting on turn 2 because of Gilded Goose, was not just good, but it was way too good. During a live stream, Wizards mentioned that they underestimated the possibility of using Oko as removal on opponents' creatures, with
She invites
testing
you.
apparently focused on turning their own food tokens into elks with Oko's +2 ability.
Somebody's gonna ask, hey, what's the deal with Oko? What happened with Oko? What are your thoughts on Oko?
So Oko had a goal to be a strong card in Standard, but we did underestimate how strong the +1 is on as a defensive ability to remove other creatures and artifacts.
The end result was that Simic Oko decks dominated Standard in a nearly unprecedented way, culminating with a Mythic Championship where 70% of decks played Oko in the Simic Food deck, having a winning record in every matchup in Standard except one, even though all the other decks in Standard were built specifically to try to beat Oko. This led to Oko's banning in Standard just 45 days after it was printed, and over the coming months and years, it would be banned in Pioneer, Modern, and Legacy as well. Number 7. Underworld Breach, banned in Legacy 45 days after release. There's several cards in Magic's history that let you recast the cards in your graveyard, with some of them being quite strong. Yawgmoth's Will has been banned in Extended and Legacy and restricted in Vintage. Past in Flames is a key card in Storm decks in both Legacy and Modern, and both of these cards have a safety valve built in. When a card goes to your graveyard, you have to exile it, so you can't keep casting the same card over and over and over again. Underworld Breach is similar to Yawgmoth's Will or Past in Flames. Once it hits the battlefield, you can cast cards from your graveyard thanks to the escape mechanic, but it has one huge twist. Once the card resolves, it goes back into your graveyard rather than to exile, so you can cast the same card over and over again. The downside of Underworld Breach is that the cards you cast from your graveyard have an additional cost. You need to exile 3 cards from your graveyard along with paying the card's mana cost. The idea was this would serve as a safety valve. You can't just keep casting the same card too many times in a row, because eventually you'll run out of cards in your graveyard to exile. But Legacy players pretty quickly realized this wasn't actually that much of a drawback, because they had the perfect card to get around it in Brain Freeze. Brain Freeze costs 2 mana and it mills 3 cards, but it also has a storm mechanic, so it's copied for each spell you cast before it during the turn. An Underworld Breach deck emerged in Legacy that looked to combine Breach with Brain Freeze and Lion's Eye Diamond for a super fast, consistent combo kill. The idea was, you would play Underworld Breach and then play Lion's Eye Diamond. You sack the Lion's Eye Diamond to make 3 mana and also discard your hand, which is supposed to be a drawback but is oddly an upside if you're trying to fill your graveyard with cards for escape, and then use the mana to cast a Brain Freeze from your graveyard to target yourself and mill 9 more cards. At this point, you just go infinite and win the game. You cast Lion's Eye Diamond a few times to make some more mana. When you run out of cards to pay for escape, you Brain Freeze yourself to mill some more cards. Once you do this a bunch of times, you can either Brain Freeze your opponent to make them mill their entire deck, or simply escape a Thassa's Oracle into play from your graveyard to win the game with its Enters the Battlefield trigger. The speed and consistency of this combo, along with its absurd win rate in the hands of skilled pilots, led to Wizards adding the card to the ban list less than 2 months after it was printed. Number 6, Lurrus of the Dream Den and Zirda the Dawnwaker in Legacy 31 days after release. Companion will undoubtedly go down as one of, if not the biggest mistake mechanic in Magic's history. The idea of the mechanic is pretty simple. Make players build their deck to meet a weird requirement, like playing all odd or even mana value cards, playing all cheap cards, playing all cards with activated abilities, and if they meet that requirement, they would get a free powerful bonus card, their Companion. It turns out that being able to start the game with 8 cards rather than just 7 is incredibly powerful, and over the first days after Ikoria and the Companion mechanic released, it dominated literally every format in Magic, from Standard all the way back to Vintage.
We toadin'.
While all 10 Companions saw play, 2 were especially dominant in older formats. Zirda the Dawnwaker allowed Legacy decks to make infinite mana with
No
Grim Monolith,
seed for
and since
you.
you would always start the
You
game with
will get
access
the
to
Phoenix
Zirda
Bet
as your
first.
companion, you were essentially a 1-card combo deck. All you needed to do was draw the Grim Monolith and you'd go infinite and win the game, which led to it being banned in Legacy just 31 days after it released. Lurrus of the Dream Den is even a more extreme example. Its restriction, playing all permanents that cost 2 mana or less, is basically non-existent in a format like Legacy or Vintage, where many of the most popular permanents cost 0, 1, or 2 mana anyway. This led to many top-tier decks in those formats being able to play Lurrus with essentially 0 cost. Lurrus decks quickly took over the metagame, which led to Wizards banning the Nightmare Cat in Legacy and Vintage, with the latter being especially shocking since cards aren't banned in Vintage, they're restricted so you can only play a single copy. But since you can only play a single companion anyway, they were forced to take the unprecedented step of outright banning Lurrus in Vintage as well. Hilariously, these bannings wouldn't solve the companion problem. Shortly thereafter, Wizards took another unprecedented step, errataing the entire mechanic. So now you have to pay 3 mana to add your companion to your hand rather than just casting it naturally. And even with this change, a change that essentially doubled the cost of the most popular companions, over the next 3 years, Lurrus would be banned in both Modern and Pioneer, while another companion, Yorion Sky Nomad, would also be banned in Modern. All this to say, while Lurrus and Zirda were both incredibly broken, the real problem here was the companion mechanic, which dominated and arguably ruined the game in a way that had never been seen before in its 30-year history. Number 5, Omnath Locus of Creation, banned in Standard 17 days after release. In 2020 Zendikar Rising, Wizards decided to bring the popular landfall mechanic back to Standard, headlined by a new version of an iconic character in Omnath Locus of Creation. Standard was already in a precarious spot. A year earlier, Throne of Eldraine, one of the most broken sets in the modern era of Magic, was printed, and even after an absurd number of bannings, including Oko Thief of Crowns, Once Upon a Time, Players of Invention, and Cauldron Familiar, the set, and more specifically the adventure mechanic, were dominating the Standard format. Zendikar Rising brought with it Standard rotation, and players were trying to hold out hope that the format would change and something would unseat Eldraine and Adventures as the dominant force in Standard. Instead, players quickly realized that the best card from Zendikar Rising, Omnath Locust of Creation, worked really well in an adventure shell with cards like Beanstalk Giant and Escape to the Wilds to make extra land drops to trigger Omnath. So rather than helping free Standard from Eldraine's grip, Omnath actually just strengthened its hold on the format as a source of life gain to defeat aggro and ramp to quickly flood the board with threats. According to Wizards, their data showed that 4-color adventures with Omnath had a favorable matchup against 9 of the 10 most played non-Omnath decks in Standard, and when 23 of the 32 players in the Grand Finals tournament showed up with Omnath decks, Wizards decided they'd finally had enough and banned the Chase Mythic from their newest set just 17 days after it released. Number 4, Memory Jar, banned everywhere 14 days after release. Remember number 9 on our list, where we talked about Combo Winner and how Urza's Saga broke basically every Magic format and led to a ton of bannings? Well, Memory Jar was printed in Urza's Legacy, which dropped about 6 months after Urza's Saga, on the tail end of Combo Winner. Memory Jar is notorious for being the first card in Magic's history to ever be emergency banned. For most of Magic's life, bannings happen on a regular schedule, 4 times a year alongside each set release, but Memory Jar proved to be such a problem that Wizards banned it off schedule just 14 days after it was printed in Urza's Legacy. To understand why, we gotta look back on Magic at the time. Remember, this was Combo Winner, a time when over the course of a few months, between December 1999 and March of 2000, Wizards banned a ridiculous number of cards to try to end Combo
I
Winner
only
and
got
fix
gold
Standard.
from that
This
Toad.
included Dragon Academy and Windfall and Lotus
Why are
Petal
you
and Time
bad?
Spiral and a bunch more.
Bad?
And all these changes led to players
Yeah, you only got
hopeful
gold.
that maybe Combo Winner would
My
finally come
skill
to an end and
is
Magic
too
would
low,
be
so
fun
I
again.
only rolled
But then
coins.
Wizards released Urza's Legacy, and along with it,
You should have gotten a
Memory Jar.
platinum
And Memory
rating.
Jar is a card that looks
No, not a
like Time
rating. I got
Spiral or
gold as a
You
reward.
should have gotten a platinum rating.
Should have gotten a freaking.
Pure platinum.
This game was made by Platinum.
Casual.
I forgot to grab more food. Hopefully, I don't become a skeletal.
Can you find this reason?
Windfall, these banned combo pieces that lets a player draw a new 7-card hand to keep comboing, and players lost it. Many players simply quit the game once Wizards printed Memory Jar, and those who remained started making house rules for tournament play, disallowing Memory Jar. Essentially, you had these tournament grinders having the Rule 0 conversation before their tournament, like casual Commander players, and deciding, we'll just make a gentleman's agreement that no one will play Memory Jar in this event. After Wizards saw this, they quickly took action and added Memory Jar to the ban list just 2 weeks after it was printed. And honestly, it mostly worked. After banning one last combo piece in Mind Over Matter in June of 2000, Combo Winner officially ended, and Standard went through a period of peace with no more bannings for 5 years until Wizards messed up a little bit in Mirrodin and printed Skull Clamp. Number 3, Tibalt's Trickery, banned in Modern 10 days after release. Tybalt's Trickery was supposed to be a chaotic red take on a counter spell. For 2 mana you can counter anything, but that thing is replaced by a random non-land card. Basically the idea of Tybalt's Trickery is it's the counter spell version of the classic red removal spell Chaos Warp. Incredibly flexible and efficient, but also super risky. Unfortunately, Tybalt's Trickery is missing 3 key words. Rather than saying counter target spell, it should say counter target spell an opponent controls. Players quickly realized that the true power of Tybalt's Trickery wasn't using it to counter your opponent's spells, it was using it to counter your own spells, to try to upgrade something tiny like a Ornithopter or a Mishra's Bauble into a game-ending threat like a Emrakul or a Tybalt Cosmic Impersonator. In the 10 days between when Ikoria released in 2021 and Tybalt's Trickery was banned in Modern, a couple of different Trickery decks developed, and they were all incredibly broken, slamming massive game-ending Eldrazi into play as early as turn 1 or turn 2. It was absolutely absurd. Boy, Modern's easy these days. Easy mode. Wow, this is so unfair. Like, what's our opponent gonna do about this? They're playing some sort of like Naya mid-range pile. Like, what is their like how do they ever beat this? These decks were so broken that Wizards not only banned Tybalt's Trickery itself, but they also banned Simeon's Spirit Guide, which was offering the fast mana necessary to cast Tybalt's Trickery or Cascade spells on turn 1, and they changed how the Cascade mechanics work to keep players from cascading into Valky God of Lies, but casting the Tybalt side of the MDFC in an attempt to fix the Modern format. Number 2, Mind's Desire, banned in Legacy and restricted in Vintage 6 days after release. Storm is an inherently broken mechanic, so much so that when Magic's head designer Mark Rosewater decided to create a list of mechanics ranked by how likely they would be to return in a future standard set, he named it the Storm Scale because Storm was a perfect 10, making it incredibly unlikely to ever return to a standard set. It's just that broken. The first time Wizards printed the Storm mechanic was in 2001 Scourge, while the set had several Storm All-Stars like Legacy staple Tendrils of Agony, Mill Finisher Brain Freeze, Banded Pulper Temporal Fission, and Modern combo piece Dragonstorm. The one Storm card that stood out above the rest was Mind's Desire. By itself, the 6-mana sorcery lets you cast a random card for free from your library. But what truly made the card broken was the Storm mechanic, which lets you copy the Storm spell for every card you played before it during the turn. In formats like Legacy and Vintage, there's tons of free spells that
Good news, I got some
like Black Lotus.
Cadentine. Herbs, not seeds. Can't I just give them the Cadentine herbs and let them work their elf magic on it? Oh, okay.
They specifically need the seeds for their thing.
I think they do. I think they're gonna turn it into some fancy elf version of Cadentine.
Moxen, Dark Ritual, and more. As a result, it was pretty easy for decks to cast a bunch of cheaper free spells and some cantrips, and then cast a Mind's Desire to play a huge chunk of their deck for free. If one of those free cards was another copy of Mind's Desire, then the Storm player would probably just play their entire deck for 0 mana, theoretically as early as turn 1. As a result, Mind's Desire didn't even make it a week before it was banned in Legacy and restricted in Vintage. Even today, with 22 years worth of power creep in Magic, it's still considered to be so degenerate and so broken that it remains on the ban list for both formats. Number 1, Lutri the Spell Chaser, banned in Commander before it was even released. I honestly wasn't sure whether Lutri should be included on our list today or not. On one hand, the Companion is the only card in the history of Magic to be pre-banned, banned before it was even released, with it being banned in Commander the very day it was previewed. On the other hand, Wizards knew the card would be pre-banned in Commander when they printed it and decided to release it anyway rather than changing it, presumably because they designed Lutri and the Companion mechanic primarily for 60-card formats instead of Commander. This makes Lutri unique, because in general, Wizards tries to avoid printing cards that are so strong they need to be banned, which means pre-bannings quite literally never happen. If a card is so strong Wizards thinks they need to pre-ban it, they simply change the card to make it less powerful or decide not to print it altogether, rather than releasing it and banning it, which is why Lutri feels sort of odd topping our list. As to why Lutri was pre-banned in Commander, its companion restriction makes it quite literally free in any deck with blue and red mana. Because Commander is a 100-card singleton format, each non-land card in your deck will always have a different name, so every Commander deck just accidentally meets Lutri's restriction. I guess discounting a handful of fringe cards like Relentless Rats, Persistent Petitioners, or Dragon's Approach, which break this rule. The entire idea of the companion mechanic is if you want a companion, you need to pay a cost while you're building your deck to meet its companion restriction, and if you do, you're rewarded with this free bonus card that you can access at any time. In 60-card formats, playing just one copy of each card is a huge disadvantage because it reduces the consistency of your deck, but in Commander there's no disadvantage to playing Lutri as your companion whatsoever. As such, if Lutri was legal, it would be optimal to play it as a companion in every single Commander deck that was in its colors, regardless of the theme of your deck. Basically, if Lutri was legal, Commander decks in its colors would be 99 cards rather than 100 cards, because one card would always be Lutri as a companion. Instead, Lutri was thankfully banned in Commander and also Brawl, a digital-only format with similar rules, before Ikoria even released. Anyway, those are the fastest bannings in the history of the game. If you want even more magic, make sure to check out the video.
Thanks to Wondrium for sponsoring this video. This is the mortuary temple of Pharaoh Ramses III, located at Medinet Habu near the modern-day city of Luxor. Walk inside one of its courtyards and you will see this incredible inscription. The king himself is shown presenting war captives to the divine couple, the gods Amun-Re and Mut. The captives look kind of different. They're wearing nifty feathered headdresses, quite unlike what the Egyptians are wearing. What's going on in this scene? A nearby inscription explains how Ramses III fended off a major foreign invasion of Egypt. It says, "The foreign countries made a conspiracy in their islands. All at once the lands were removed and scattered in the fray. No land could stand before their arms. They were coming forward toward Egypt. Their confederation was the Peliset, Tejekru, Shekelesh, Denyen, and Weshesh, lands united. Their hearts confident and trusting, our plans will succeed." This is describing an alliance of peoples who attacked the Eastern Mediterranean in the Late Bronze Age. The Bronze Age of the Eastern Mediterranean lasted about 2,000 years. It began around 3300 BCE and saw the development of writing, the rise of urban living, and the construction of huge monuments still standing to this day. It was also an era of ancient superpowers. By the Late Bronze Age, these included the Assyrian Empire, the Egyptians and their vassal states in Canaan, and the Hittites and their Syrian vassal states at Ugarit and Carchemish, wealthy empires ruling over vast regions of land. But then, in around 1175 BCE, things fell apart. What we now call the Bronze Age collapse. Long-distance trade imploded, cities were abandoned, political institutions fragmented, and in the midst of this turmoil, reports like this started popping up of invaders sweeping across the Mediterranean. From the Hittite heartland to the coast of the Egyptian delta, they destroyed cities and overthrew kings. Finally, in a heroic last stand, Ramses III defeated them. They're now called the Sea Peoples. But who were they, and did they cause the Late Bronze Age collapse? Egyptian sources first describe a major invasion involving the Sea People around 1208 BCE, during the reign of the pharaoh Merneptah, the son of Ramses the Great. Apparently they were allies of the Libyans, hired mercenaries that joined the Libyan invasion of the Egyptian delta. This battle is described in a text called the Great Karnak Inscription, inscribed on a wall of the Amun Temple at Karnak, a huge temple complex in modern-day Luxor. Details of the battle are also described on a large victory stela, sometimes called the Israel stela because it contains the first mention of Israel in ancient Egyptian texts. In this battle, the major enemy is the Libyan force, called Meshresh, but several other groups that joined their army are also identified. Heluka, Shardana, and Shekelesh are all described as northerners coming from all lands. Merneptah defeated them, but they would appear yet again in greater force just over 30 years later, as described in the Temple of Ramses III. Both in this temple and in the Great Karnak inscriptions, we get a sense that the Sea Peoples were an alliance of different people groups from different places. We'll explore where they may have come from in the next section, but it's important to know that they did not appear out of nowhere. The Egyptians knew of these people groups already. Some individual Sea Peoples were mentioned over 100 years before Ramses III, sometimes as mercenaries serving the Egyptians or Hittites. But now they were on a rampage. The evidence from Medinet Habu indicates how their attacks unfolded. First, they attacked the coast of Anatolia and moved inland to attack the center of the Hittite Empire. Archaeology indicates that around 1200 BCE or shortly after, the royal fortress and other administrative buildings in the Hittite capital Hattusha were burned to the ground, presumably by the Sea Peoples. Together with the pre-existing problems of chronic food shortages, military campaigns, and unstable leadership, the Sea Peoples' attack was one disaster in a string of disasters that entirely dissolved the Hittite Empire. Their vassal states enjoyed short-lived independence before they too were destroyed. The Sea Peoples also hammered the coasts of Cyprus, Syria, and Canaan, though we shouldn't think of this as a single campaign. This seems to have taken place over the duration of about 2 decades in the Late Bronze Age, with frequent attacks against various cities and settlements along the southern Anatolian coast and multiple clashes with Cyprus. Toward the end of these 2 decades, Ugarit and Cyprus were hit hard, and in an amazing stroke of archaeological luck, correspondences between these 2 kingdoms survive that give us a glimpse into the Sea Peoples' attacks. Apparently, before the final destruction of both kingdoms, they exchanged panicked letters about the invasion. King Amurapi of Ugarit seems to have been the first to see the Sea Peoples' fleet and sent word to the King of Cyprus, perhaps to warn him and ask for help. The King of Cyprus responded with advice on how Amurapi might save his city. Concerning that which you wrote me, enemy ships have been sighted at sea. If it is true that ships have been sighted, then make yourself very strong. Now where are your infantry and your chariot force stationed? Surround your cities with walls. Bring your infantry and chariot force into them. Be on the lookout for the enemy and make yourself very strong. However, the Cypriot king's advice came too late. By the time Amurapi received this reply, the Sea Peoples were already destroying his cities and were rapidly approaching his capital. Amurapi responded, "The ships of the enemy have been coming. They have been setting fire to my cities and have done harm to the land. Doesn't my father know that all my infantry and chariot force are stationed in Hatti, and that all of my ships are stationed in the land of Luca? They have not arrived back yet, so the land is thus prostrate. Now the 7 ships of the enemy which have been coming have done harm to us." We can glean a lot of information from this letter. Amurapi says
Anyone
that
else
his
toes
armies
being
and
kept
ships
warm
are
by a dog?
stationed in Hatti and Luca, and they haven't returned back yet, but it's possible they were already destroyed after the collapse of Hattusha. Furthermore, he says that his ships are stationed in the land of Luca, which, if
You sure you don't
remember
want to go
from
out and buy
Egyptian
5
sources,
dogs
the
right
people of
now?
Luca were among
Pretty
those
sure.
identified as one of the Sea Peoples. It's very possible that his navy was already destroyed or tied up in a protracted battle. In any case, his kingdom was defenseless. Another letter was sent to Amurapi from an official in Cyprus following one of the Sea Peoples' attacks, warning Amurapi that the Sea Peoples might be approaching Ugarit. Regarding the things that the enemies have done to the people of your country and your ships, they have done these transgressions against the people of the country. Now the 20 ships that the enemies earlier left in the mountainous areas have not stayed behind. They left suddenly and we do not know where they are. I wrote to you to inform you so that you can guard yourself. But ultimately, their warnings did not help. The archaeological record reveals that Ugarit fell. And here we return to where we started, at the mortuary temple of Ramses III. The Sea Peoples continued south toward Egypt, and in around 1176 BCE, the Egyptian army engaged the Sea Peoples in a land battle near Ashkelon, a Canaanite city that had been destroyed. He also placed a naval force nearby along the Sinai coast, blockading the Sea Peoples and cutting off any attempt to escape by sea. The land battle is described on the walls of the temple. Now the heart of this god, the Lord of the gods, was prepared and ready to ensnare them like birds. Those who reached my frontier, their seed is not, their heart and soul are finished forever and ever. They were dragged in, enclosed, and prostrated on the beach, killed and made into heaps from tail to head. The Sea Peoples then attacked a site somewhere on the coast of the Egyptian Delta. A scene carved on the exterior north wall of the temple displays a violent naval battle, with capsized ships and drowning Sea Peoples, characterized by their nifty feathered headgear. The inscription says, "Now the northern countries which were in their isles were quivering in their bodies. His Majesty has gone forth like a whirlwind against them, fighting on the battlefield like a runner. The dread of him and the terror of him have entered into their bodies. They are capsized and overwhelmed in their places." Many historians believe that these two battles occurred at about the same time, either two battles in close succession or one continuous battle over some space of time. Regardless, the Sea Peoples apparently were defeated. As we saw, the artwork at the temple depicts captives marching forward to be displayed before the king, along with piles of severed hands that represent the body count of slain enemies. So, who were these Sea Peoples and where did they come from? Well, the details are hazy and historians have offered a bunch of different theories. Let's start with what they were not. Ironically, they were not all Sea Peoples in the first place. Only some of these peoples are called of the sea or coming from islands. And basically all of the scholars I've read on the subject begrudgingly use the name only because it's so popular and it's been indiscriminately applied to all these invaders mentioned in Egyptian sources. In fact, one major book on the topic only refers to Sea Peoples in quotations. We also shouldn't think of the Sea Peoples as wave after wave of organized armies, like what you might see in a sword and sandal movie. Nor were they simply an aggressive force of pirates. The Egyptian sources show that these groups apparently had women, children, household goods, and even livestock with them. So while some of these attacks may have been military actions in the conventional sense of armies and navies, or even could be classified as piracy, many if not most of these waves of Sea People can be described as migrations of larger populations that included people intent on settling lands in the eastern Mediterranean. It's also more accurate to think of them as loosely or poorly organized groups of migrants composed of different peoples from many different places. The available evidence mentions several names, but not all have been matched with ancient places of origin. The prominent names given are the Luca, Denyen, Shekelesh, Shardana, Ekwesh, Tejekru, Teresh, and Peleset. Luca most certainly refers to southwestern Anatolia and the area of Lycia, and had long been an enemy of Cyprus and Egypt. Peleset almost certainly refers to the Philistines of southern Canaan, famously mentioned in the Hebrew Bible as one of the rivals of the Israelites. The other groups are more difficult to identify, and some of these identifications are educated guesses. The Denyen have been matched to the Danuna of southern Anatolia in the area of Cilicia. The Tejekr and Weshesh possibly were also from this region. The Shardana may have come from around Byblos, but many historians think their name indicates they could have come from as far away as Sardinia, since Shardana and Sardinia share almost the same consonants, kind of like how the name Peleset shares the same consonants as Philistine. The Shekelesh have been suggested to have come from Sicily, also based on linguistic grounds. The Teresh and Ekwesh have been proposed to have come from areas in and around Greece. But the archaeological record doesn't corroborate virtually any of these theories. Like I said, it's educated guesswork. It's even possible that these peoples settled the proposed areas only after Ramses III defeated them, rather than having originated from there. For example, maybe the Shardana didn't originate from Sardinia, but rather moved there after Ramses III defeated them and dispersed them. So, as you can probably guess from my constant use of the words probably, maybe, and possibly, there simply is not much data to work with. We have their names, but we don't have physical evidence of who they were, where they came from, and where they went after their defeat, with the exception of the Philistines, who are fairly well understood from archaeological evidence. Both the Hebrew Bible and Egyptian sources describe the Philistines living in several cities in southern Canaan, such as Ashkelon, Ashdod, Gaza, Gath, and Ekron. And based on archaeological evidence found at some of these cities, it's very likely that the Philistines originated from peoples with roots around the Aegean Sea. For example, compare this Mycenaean 3C pottery discovered on the island of Kalymnos with this pottery discovered from the Philistine city of Ekron. Virtually indistinguishable. And this Philistine pottery is locally produced, which would make sense if they were migrants from the Aegean world, taking with them pottery manufacturing techniques. Also compare Philistine and Mycenaean religious figurines. Again, possible evidence of migrants taking with them religious and technical know-how from the Aegean world to southern Canaan. The slam dunk came in 2019 when genetic analysis of Philistine skeletons found similar DNA markers that we see in people from southern Europe and the Aegean Sea. Archaeologists now largely agree that Philistine culture has Aegean roots, but quickly became entangled with Canaanite culture sometime after 1200. However, although we know a lot about the Philistines, the rest of the Sea Peoples largely remain a mystery. The archaeologist Eric Klein offers a good summary when he says the Sea Peoples probably started as waves of migrants from the western Mediterranean to the eastern Mediterranean, but by the time they were attacking Ramses III in the 1170s, they were a mixed bag, having picked up survivors from the collapsing Mycenaean, Minoan, and Hittite cities along the way. So, did they cause the Bronze Age collapse? This was an older
We got it!
No.
Yes!
No.
Yes, we did.
No.
2 Catentine seeds, 2 Snapdragon seeds. Alright, we're gonna do one more game to get this fire making level. Most importantly, we didn't get a Tome of Fire, and we didn't get a Dragon Axe. So, all is right with the world.
Marauders who brought about the collapse of the Bronze Age and ushered in a so-called Dark Age. But this romanticizes the effect of the Sea People's invasion. The simple fact of the matter is, things are never that simple. Kingdoms, especially several kingdoms at once, rarely, if ever, collapse because of a single factor. By 1200 BCE, when Merneptah engaged the Sea Peoples in battle according to the Great Karnak inscription, things were already collapsing. The Mycenaean civilization of Greece was experiencing a gradual decline. The Hittites were struggling to maintain their power, plagued by all sorts of factors, including, well, a plague that destroyed much of their labor force and killed their king in the 1300s, 100 years before that battle with Merneptah. But the Hittite kingdom was also struggling with unrest within the royal court, battles with nearby rivals, as well as habitual disappointing grain harvests. Similar internal strife was affecting the Egyptians and Assyrians too, though they wouldn't fall into heavy decline until some decades later. In other words, the Sea Peoples arrived on an already collapsing scene, and this was a slow-motion civilizational train wreck. Cities like Mycenae, Hattusha, Troy, Ugarit, and others were destroyed, but these destructions were separated by decades and even by as much as 100 years. And it's very difficult to identify the Sea Peoples as the singular cause of any particular destruction. Sure, some probably were destroyed by the Sea Peoples, but the archaeologist Eric Klein says they get more blame than they deserve. It's just as likely that many of these cities fell because of local uprisings or natural disasters. The collapse itself was also a patchwork, since apparently several cities survived the turmoil relatively intact. So all this to say, a lot of factors catalyzed the Bronze Age collapse. Some of these factors involved changes in the climate that triggered drought and famine. Other factors involved social and political unrest that led to the collapse of administrative institutions that were holding these cities and empires together. The Sea People invasions probably contributed by upsetting trade and resource production. After all, the cities along the eastern coast of the Mediterranean Sea were the gateways between Mesopotamia, Egypt, Anatolia, and the Aegean. So, destroying several of these cities undoubtedly put incredible strain on economic and diplomatic relationships. But the Sea Peoples might have been one of the products of the Bronze Age collapse themselves, escaping their homelands as refugees. This is the conclusion of the archaeologist Eric Klein, who I cited earlier, who thinks they were victims as much as they were oppressors, and have been set up as ancient scapegoats by 20th century historians who were swayed by the dramatic Egyptian sources that depict them as relentless
86
invaders.
fire making.
Nevertheless, the surviving texts illustrate the terrors that kingdoms and cities faced during the Bronze Age collapse. It's perhaps this emotional relatability that drives our modern fascination with the mysterious Sea Peoples, and the cities they left burning behind them as they sailed south to attack Egypt. I'd like to thank today's sponsor, Wondrium. Wondrium is an online platform sponsored by NordVPN. In 1995, the evangelical writers Tim LaHaye and Jerry Jenkins published Left Behind, a novel of the Earth's last days. The book was about the apocalypse, specifically the trials and tribulations of humanity following the rapture, an event when hundreds of millions of Christians suddenly disappear. The novel launched a multimedia empire, inspiring 15 more novels and 4 movies, including a movie starring Nick Cage. As with any work of literature, the Left Behind series is a product of its historical and cultural context. In this case, the Left Behind series is told through the lens of a particular brand of evangelical end times theology, called dispensationalism. Dispensationalism was popularized in the 19th century by the preacher John Nelson Darby. Darby stressed the idea of a pre-tribulation rapture, the idea that God will remove Christians from earth to spare them from a 7-year period of tribulation before Jesus Christ's triumphant second coming. Throughout the 20th century, this idea exploded in popularity among American evangelicals, thanks in part to the Scofield Reference Bible, a popular study Bible that taught this theology. A major theme in this form of speculation about the end times is a satanic supervillain called the Antichrist. Spoilers ahead for those of you who have not read the books, but in the Left Behind novels, the Antichrist is a Romanian politician named Nicolae Carpathia, who aims to restore world order through the power of the United Nations. After becoming the Secretary General of the UN, he seizes absolute power, proclaiming himself the supreme potentate. And while this character is a product of the author's imaginations, Carpathia as an authoritarian tyrant tracks with how many Christians today and throughout history have imagined the Antichrist. The Antichrist is often understood today to be a singular, often political figure who will oppose or attempt to replace Jesus right before the second coming. And accusing politicians or religious leaders that you don't like to be the Antichrist is a very common polemical strategy throughout Christian history. But where did this idea of the Antichrist come from? If the historical and intellectual context of the Left Behind books is 19th and 20th century Protestant dispensationalist theology, what is the original context of the Antichrist in Christian scripture? The Greek term that Antichrist comes from is antichristos. This breaks down into 2 terms, anti, which can mean opposing, over against, or in place of, and Christos, meaning anointed one or Messiah. The etymology of Antichrist leads to 2 distinct but interrelated ways of imagining the figure of the Antichrist, as one who opposes Christ or as one who replaces Christ. The actual term Antichrist only makes a few brief appearances in the New Testament, and it does not match the modern conception of a satanic supervillain. The term Antichrist is mentioned only 5 times, and only in 2 related books, the epistles of 1 John and 2 John. 4 out of 5 mentions of the Antichrist occur in 1 John, so let's start there. 1 John is a letter written by an anonymous person claiming to represent the people who have witnessed Jesus with their own eyes, often borrowing heavily from language found in the Gospel of John. The writer is especially concerned with producing in-groups and out-groups, aiming to build up boundaries between those who obey Jesus and his commandments and those who do not. The first 2 mentions of an Antichrist appear together as evidence that the end times are near. The writer says, "Children, it is the last hour. As you have heard that Antichrist is coming, so now many Antichrists have come. From this we know that it is the last hour." The use of the singular noun Antichrist here is confusing to say the least. The author does not use the definite article in the original Greek, which the NRSV tries to reflect with translating the word simply as Antichrist with a lowercase a, instead of the Antichrist with the definite article and capital A. It's possible that the author had in mind some sort of end-of-the-world figure, but scholars are skeptical. First of all, because the author appears to have in mind not a mythic figure, but a category or type of person that he calls Antichrist. This is especially evident because he immediately says there are many Antichrists, using the plural. The writer of 1 John believes that the massive opposition to Jesus is some kind of omen. Antichrists are regular humans, and they're dangerous because, well, there are a lot of them. The second point I want to highlight is that 1 John clarifies exactly what type of person fits into this category of Antichrist. 1 John 2:22 says, "Who is the liar but the one who denies that Jesus is the Christ? This is the Antichrist, the one who denies the Father and Son." So the author labels anyone who denies Jesus as Christ as an Antichrist, and later in the same letter, 1 John associates the spirit of the Antichrist with false prophets in the world, while urging readers to carefully discern who they are willing to listen to and learn from. But for the
Back to Elf Adventures. I can mute my learning videos. We can actually participate in the game once more. We we got our cadentine. It only took 2 hours-ish. All nice and quiet for a change. Good to hear. I've been getting owned by an evil winter beast and pickpocketing a farmer 500 times.
That's weird. Why would you do those things? Are you a psychopath?
Now's not the time for stories, Elena. Let's move on. An elder cadentine seed. Whip. Talk to the old fatty. That's a weird, this was some like British sentence phrasing or something. The crystal seed containing Prifdinus, comma, it lies in the middle of the clearing where the city once stood. Like, I guess there's not grammatically wrong, it's just a weird way to say it. To say the crystal seed containing Prifdinus lies in the middle of the clearing where the city once stood.
Hmm.
There were 8 separate elven clans that journeyed with Saren to this world. Those 8 clans still exist today. The Iworth clan, those traders. The Kadarn clan, that's where Backstorian came from. One of the clans is key here, the Amlod clan, the clan of mystics. Ooh. Lord Ewan Amlod. Where do we find him? Everybody went into hiding. Okay. Oh. Lady Triarns. The elven crystal will lead you to me. It will journey south from the well. Alright, yep, sing to this crystal. That's, even if the quest didn't tell me. That's where that would be my first option here. Rub the crystal to teleport. Rub-a-dub-dub. Let's see where we end up. Oh! Look at this place. It's beautiful, is it not? That is a deer, yeah.
Eat it.
No, I gotta talk to this guy. To me, I see. How would you describe it? Go to Lecha. Enter the cave to the underground pass from the Loven Land's entrance with a pickaxe, a hammer, and a runite bar. That is... That was a potential problem, but it is not actually a problem because I am a brain genius who happens to have a Runite bar with me. I have 8 of them, in fact. I mean, I guess the game figures. Well, first of all, it's not necessarily designed primarily for Ironman, but by now, if you've got 70 smithing and you've got 70 mining and you've started Slayer, like, you're gonna have a Runite bar. And in fact, I do. So, that's great. Oh god, it's the tripwire. How badly poisoned am I? Okay, not that badly. Oh, the underground passes that way? I didn't even realize that, I don't think. Of course. There we go. Where do the elves trap their frickin' woods? I mean, it's like there's a civil war going on and they're trying to kill everyone in the woods.
That's weird. Why would they do that?
I don't know. I can't think of a reason why. Ah, south of the well, eh? Wait, you have to use the pickaxe? What the actual frick? That is not how pickaxes work in this game.
It is now.
Smack the elderly elf. What if you were a minor elf, but now you're an old lady, and you wear a Runite skeleton? It's freaking sick.
Why are you smacking this poor lady?
I was repairing her.
The heck? That's not how elves work.
It is when they're minors. And old. Yeah, give me my thing back. Teleport, sing to it. Alright, we've got our Elder Canteen. This better be important. Talk to Eddie Unwin. I feel like this stage of the quest was like, oh, we wanted it to have a million different level 70 requirements, so we need to have you do everything. Farm a canteen, repair a Runite exoskeleton, make this potion. That's how Herblore works. Make a potion. Make a potion. Make a goddamn potion. Drink inversion potion. Oish. Put the pickaxe away.
Author of 1 John.
Alright, we're calling a meeting into order. Oh, she said a bad word. She said, damn. Old ladies.
Damn you, whippersnapper elves!
Old ladies can just say danged. She can say danged. It's time for puzzles. I think this time at least there's not 8 million enemies to like harass me.
You have to go to Monkey Island without the monkey speak amulet now.
Drink this real quick. Alright. We need weight reducing clothing, stamina potions. Are there enemies here?
Are there enemies nearby?
Are we being invaded? No, okay, it doesn't look like there's enemies from everything I'm reading here. Alright, so let's become as light as possible. Do we have any? Maybe grab an agility potion or two. Agility. Okay, grab some energy potions. Alright. Stamina, yeah, it wants me to use stamina potions. I'm not using stamina potions. And 10 lobsters just in case, and it says 8 inventory slots. Okay, 8 lobsters then. Charge your teleport crystals now. Already have. Conveniently. Oh, I'm tripping balls! And of course, Talon, it's light puzzles. Why wouldn't it be light puzzles? I mean, that's what the other temple had. So clearly, everything has to be light puzzles. Oh, okay, the god talks to you. That's cool. Memory. She's a memory of Seren. Guardian of the knowledge. Part of me trapped and alone, dark, yes, but still a part of my being sealed away in the Temple of Light. When I first encountered the elves on their homeworld of Tardy... You can't say that. Tardydad. Tardiad. Finally found my purpose. Collect 7 mirrors and a red crystal from the dispenser in the center room. Yep. Now's when the fun begins. This is so much better with not having enemies like that other stupid temple. Even if it's like bigger, if the puzzle's more complicated, I do not care.
You should go down that hallway where there isn't a purple line. No, you're not supposed to make the purple line go down the hallway. You're supposed to walk down without it.
I don't think so.
Like, what could possibly go wrong?
I like how this bookshelf is like falling over. It's kind of cool. Cyan. Change it to purple. Yep. God gave the elves immortal because she's sick of her friends dying. Frick. Okay. Nice. Okay, beer makes sick.
Welcome back.
Found a way to share my essence with the elves.
Well, congrats.
Oh, she did. A song of creation. This is some Tolkien nonsense. Bottom level west.
So the best kind.
Perhaps. Pull the lever, Kronk.
How about you, Leather?
Dead.
Oh, okay.
So what color is this going to turn when I add red into it? Or does it subtract the red? Oh no, it just turns it that color. Okay. So I guess I'm gonna take it around back. That makes sense. We do a little walking.
You shall walk.
Yeah, henceforth. Accordingly. Cool. north already. Giving the elves eternal life meant they can't leave the god. They would get hurt. Oh, but she's going to make it worse.
She jerk?
No, she's telling her story. She didn't mean to make it worse.
Oh, okay.
She's trying to fix it. Alright, it's time for handhelds across some books. Time to chug agility potion. I'm getting PTSD just watching this. No, I will.
Somebody say it's time for agility tests?
Yes. It's me, I said it's time. Agility! I fell.
You will fail agility tests and you will like it.
I made it! Hooray! I see there's like actually no way you can get back, but I can try to climb the books back across. But if I fall this time, it doesn't matter. It's just a little annoying. Maybe they made it so you... Nope. I'm gonna say maybe they made it so you can't fall on the way back. But you can.
Absolutely not. Why would you ever think they would do that?
True. She brought the Elfies here so that she could figure out how to make them not dependent on her, but I don't think it worked. Make sure you can actually get this way. Yeah. I cannot actually get this way. Okay. I went too far in a few places. Yes, please. Teleport me, Crystal Mummy. Pull the lever. Southeast stairs. Oh, all the way over there. Climb across the books. You will climb across the books. At least in this place, back's really easy.
Are they salty?
No, they're just bugs. Oh, made it across. Not too shabby. Climb back across the books right now. I don't know if this is my last one, but I sure hope it is. I'm ready. I'm ready to be done with this part of the puzzle quest. I'm ready to be done. Mumsy?
No.
Is this the final seal or not? Or is there another? Deep beneath the mountains, I found a source of deathly energy. Oh my gosh, she found the Death Altar. Yes. I could use this power to save them. The darkness would
Questionable.
nullify my light essence and fix everything. Oh, there's one more. Probably. $26 god dang puzzles. $26 god dang puzzles. There's a cute book following me.
His book friend?
It's not an enemy. Right now we take that. Wrong way. This way. think this is the end. You hear a strange sound coming.
same.
Touch the seal of Arworth. Guys, you'll never believe what I just found.
Your goddess is an idiot.
Gods are stupid, and also, the thing they think is your god is evil is just crap, man. Ariad went. Lady Christ Christ. Trees of my home will call to me. I will walk across the water to the south. Ah, she's the agility one. This is the wood cutting and the agility nonsense. Okay. It's gonna be more coconuts. Who knew trying to get these hells would take so long? It's almost like the quest was listed as a Grandmaster quest or something.
Mm.
Yeah. Ooh, I get to play Hop on Steps. Wonder if I can fall off these or not. She got a cool eye patch. Might be able to skip that trap at least. Maybe. Oh frick, I forgot to grab an axe. It's all pointless.
How could you forget your axe? How could you forget my axe?
I just wanted to ask it a question. Oh, I almost didn't grab one. Boop. Alright, we got an axe.
Right back.
Anything for Molly. Oh my god, stay still. I hate this minigame. Alright, skilling time. this even the right way? I don't know. That seems good enough.
How's Elflandia?
That's good. I stole an orb.
Thief, you have violated the law.
No. think that's the first time I've ever made it past a tripwire trap without getting just poisoned and owned and suffocated.
Hmm.
The hunter part of the quest, tracking down Guy. Okay, well, it's time to get owned by this tripwire, probably. What the heck? Oh my god. There's a traitor amongst your people. Oh my god, they burned down the orphanage while I was gone! I guess the orphanage is in the process of being burned down. That's new. Go save your mum. Go with your mum. I'm helping the kids. Why was this child in a cooking pot? Go. They'll cook you. It's hot. What have you done? Oh my gosh, I will murder this baby if you do not give me the orb. Oh, well, that guy's hecka dead. It's time for a duel, Ariadne. Why did you betray us? Why are you also a religious fanatic? So be it.
Can't believe you're going to murder a man.
Oh, I can.
Murderer!
Whoa, Nelly. Wait a minute. What? He can do those back to back. Hold on there, bucko. Hold on there, buckaroo. Bucky boy. No, move! You freaking moron! It's cause like I clicked. Cause his hitbox is too freaking big. Okay, I will not lose anything again. I'm switching to mouse. This is serious time. I will not be caught without my prayer. Not today. Oh, now you just give me the normies. So I can see which freaking arrows are. Nice sound design here. The different arrows have different freaking noises too.
Brom, brom, brom. Ching, 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 ching.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Whew. Hello? I just got. That's funny. I just got cutscene. He had to escape. I was like, no! What? I dodged! He wasn't a friend to any of us. But now he's dead.
Wait, but if he blew you up, how'd he die? Or
No,
is it
that's
someone else he
this
killed?
different guy. Yeah.
Okay.
We work with the dwarfs. I need 8 limestone bricks. I do not have those. Wait a minute. I'm like going all the wrong way. guess we give him the crush. Yeah. Take a sip of Super Anti. Wait a minute, I'm not freaking healthy at all. There we go.
Have you learned not to trust elves yet?
No, they're fine.
No, never trust an elf.
Hmm.
Like you don't pay attention.
They're fine.
How many of them have betrayed you? All of them by now?
One.
All of them?
I'm gonna do this defense mission and then I'm gonna go to bed. And we'll finish it tomorrow.
Possible.
I'm ready.
To shelf the elf?
No?
Hmm. But that's where they belong.
No.
But you take the elf, okay. Put
Nope.
him on the shelf.
Did prey melee, I guess? Look at me! We should pre-ranged. Oh frick, I didn't even notice that person up there. Look at me. Alright. We defended the barrier.
Correct.
Oh god. Frick. Okay, I'm just gonna let him drain me. Yeah, he does this training thing so much. That's why I didn't bother trying to heal it. Some good hits. Yeah, this guy was easier than I expected from the description. You can just camp your prayers. You don't have to move. Got him. Oh, get after them. She just got stabbed once. I got stabbed like 50 times by that guy.
Yeah, but she's not wearing any armor.
I'm having PTSD just looking at this room. I'm going to free our goddess. Bong. Arianwen, you waited 1 second too late. Now I have to fight this stupid mini boss. Not a mini boss, a maxi boss.
Aren't you going to bed?
Yes, I didn't get a choice. I just have to teleport out.
Afraid you have to fight it now?
See it.
The heck, you can't just leave?
What if I had to beat a boss with 1000 HP?
Surely you fought stronger?
No.
The heck? Why aren't you fighting the money snake and making money for noobs?
It's not money for noobs. It's money for kind of noobs. I'm not a kind of noob. Alright, but first...
Oh, but you fight the money snake and then you give people money for cabbages.
Oh, shoot. If this gives me a cat and teen, I'm gonna laugh. No cat and teen. Alright, bye Trey.